Okay guys, welcome back to another stream. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream tonight, but I thought about my options, and since I am not going to be able to do a Castlevania III Let's Play this month as originally planned, I decided, hey, what better reason than to stream Castlevania 3? Means you guys will still get some Castlevania 3 content this month, but it also won't take me 20 to 30 hours to prep it and edit it and do all that stuff, because I just don't have that time. So, or the motivation. I've got a lot of things outside YouTube going on right now, and so that's keeping me from being able to follow through on my original October 21 plans. But here we are, Castlevania 3. What I'm going to try to do here is go through just about every route that we can think of. I'll try different characters and things like that, and yeah, we'll go through the good old Castlevania 3. So if anybody curious about this, I already have multiple Let's Plays of this on my channel, previous walkthroughs and things like that, you know, different streams and stuff like that, but I don't think I've actually done like a dedicated stream of this on YouTube in quite some time now, so we will go ahead and do that. But yeah, welcome everybody to the stream. I see JK out there. Thank you for your super chat, JK, at the very beginning, right as I started. I do appreciate that. Welcome Jonathan, Gotcham, Azusa, Red Zero Ranger, Uber Disco, Conga, John Smith, and that's pretty much it so far. This is kind of a surprise stream, so I did not do an announcement or anything like that. I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream tonight, but tomorrow's going to be bad. Friday might be okay. Saturday will probably be bad. And then I might want to try to crank something out like late Halloween night. So my options for the rest of the week are kind of limited. So we're going to go with tonight. Hey, Dasan, welcome back. And JD Crow, welcome back, guys. Good to have you all here tonight for some Castlevania 3. Let's go ahead and hit the start button. If you hold down A and hit start, you can actually access a sound test menu. It's something I always, love firing up once every now and then. Castlevania 3's got some really good music, and yeah, it's just good stuff. So sometimes I'll just fire this up and I'll just go to the sound test menu as if I'm doing something like random on Twitch, like building a computer or something like that. Sometimes I'll just fire up a sound test menu from a game like this. So there we go. Let's go ahead and just go to opening. This does have password saves. If you want extra lives, you can type help space and then me, and then that will give you 10 lives, but we're not going to do that. Actually, we're going to go ahead and just delete that. Hey, Aztec and Sega Socks, what's going on? Long time no see, guys. I'm doing okay, man. Hope you're doing well. Always wanted to try this one out. You should try it out. It's a classic, man. It's one of the best 8-bit era games, in my opinion. At least as far as action games are concerned. So, for those of you guys that have never played a Castlevania before, which I assume is like 0 of you, but I'm going to explain it anyway. You basically just press A to jump, B to attack. You can hold up or down to go up or down stairs. You can whip these things, these candles, which drop a variety of items. Money bags are just points. This is a arcade-style game. It was derived from that era of action gaming. Up and B will actually use up a heart and use whatever sub-weapon that you've got equipped. So I have the dagger right now, or the throwing knife. The amount of hearts that are used is dependent on the sub-weapon that you actually have. I believe the stopwatch uses several hearts, whereas something like the dagger only uses one. You can also throw sub-weapons when you're on stairs. Hey, Azusa, thank you very much for that. What I'm going to do is grab this right here, which is holy water. These big hearts, they give you 5 hearts. So again, hearts equate to ammunition in this game. And so the big hearts are good. The items in candles are mostly static. So like, I know that big heart there before this screen transition, it's always there. And likewise with the holy water that I got. I'm going to go ahead and just prep that. And then come on down these stairs. Hey, Azusa, thank you for that. Glad I caught the beginning of the stream. Looking forward to playing Super Ghouls and Ghosts tonight. Well, you said you were doing the Resurrection, right? You're not doing Super Ghouls tonight, are you? Azusa had posted on my Super Ghouls and Ghosts live stream for SNES that he was going to do Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Which is something I actually streamed not too long after it came out. I think it was earlier this year, and man, that was a really, really challenging game. Way more challenging than I anticipated. I'm gonna just jump over these zombies here. You can just whip them. This cross right here, that actually just clears everything off the screen. And there was a throwing axe I could have used, but I prefer the holy water for this boss. It just does rapid damage. You can also break open that block, and then break open this block for some wall meat. That gives you some health back. There's quite a bit of that in this game, so it's good to know where they are. If you're going to play this for the first time, just try to smack all the walls that you can, that you have access to. These are bone pillars. They always shoot out 3 projectiles. So what I like to do is whip the 3 projectiles back to back, and then go in and attack them. And if you have something like holy water, you can just eradicate them pretty quickly. Now there's going to be a dagger up here, and I don't really want that. So if you don't want to risk grabbing it, like in that case I would have, you know, I could have jumped over it, but then I would have landed right into that axe, which I also don't want. You can just wait, and weapons and items, they do despawn after a few seconds. And so one thing that's actually really cool in this version of the game is you can actually duck and hit this guy in the head. You actually cannot do that in the Japanese version. They actually extended the hitbox in the North American game, making him a little bit easier to deal with. Desan says he has a soft spot for the original Castlevania, but yes, Castlevania III is definitely more in-depth. Yeah. You know, of the 2 games, I actually think I prefer Castlevania 1. I think it's a tighter, you know, more enjoyable playthrough consistently. I think all the levels in that game are pretty good. Whereas this game has a couple of duds, and I find the last few levels in the game are kind of tedious. Not so much fun as they are tedious, whereas pretty much every level in Castlevania 1 I find to be fun. That said, this is still an amazing game, and I see it as an amazing game, and it's, you know, it's one that any Castlevania fan needs to play. Especially if they like the first Castlevania. But yeah, it has a lot of features that are just really neat, especially by 8-bit standards, like getting multiple characters, and they have different properties and attacks and things like that. Also different routes, you know, so not every playthrough is the same identical thing. Oops, did not mean to do that. I meant to actually just whip him. I knew that the holy water wasn't going to do enough damage to kill him in one hit. One thing I could do is actually switch over to the cross, or the boomerang. The boomerang cross. In later Castlevanias, it was actually, like, literally like a holy cross that you were throwing. Still acted like a boomerang, but it was an actual holy cross. It does make this part a little bit easier. Same with the throwing axe, but I do like having holy water because, like I said, it does rapid damage, and it'll really help with some of the bone pillar enemies. These are red skeletons. They cannot be destroyed with just like regular attacks. There is one character you get later on in the game, Sypha, and she has a freeze attack that can actually freeze them, and you can smash them apart, but that's the only way you can kill them. I'm just gonna wait, attack these, just like that. Those are hunchbacks, or later on in the series they'd be known as flea men. And there's another hidden health right here. And there we go. Hey, Society! Boss and Burf. Alright, so like I said, we're going to take a bunch of different routes in the game, so I'm just going to start off with the one I'm most comfortable with, which is the Sypha route. And there's usually, yep, a sub-weapon right there, which I don't want. What I do actually want to do, though, is switch over to Sypha to get a sub-weapon for her, because she doesn't have one. I'm actually an idiot. I haven't actually gotten Sypha yet. I'm getting way ahead of myself. But when I get Sypha, I want to switch over. This is the first game I've played today, and I've been doing work-related stuff. Or trying to. Been getting heavily distracted in the process. But, my mind isn't really with the video games right now. Gotta warm up a little bit. Hey DJ, welcome back. And Alexander. So those spider enemies, they like to throw these tiny spiders at you, and they can be a little aggravating to deal with. So you kind of want to watch where those little spiders go, and then deal with them that way. Whoops, I was looking at chat. DJ says this game was a nemesis of his growing up. Didn't beat it until he was much older. Yeah, this was a really hard game for a lot of us growing up. It was definitely one of my big accomplishments as a kid, though. Alright, so this is a Cyclops. He has a tendency of just running right across the screen like that. I actually like to just get on this upper platform and just toss holy water in his face. You can also get really, you know, slick and throw holy water like that as he dives over at you, or dashes over at you. There's also a wall meat right here, but if you grab the wall meat, it's kind of like the mummy fight in the first Castlevania, where if you grab the wall meat, you can't get back up on that left platform unless you have Grant, which you guys will see later. We'll do a Grant route later. So that actually makes the fight a lot harder. You're more likely to take damage if you don't have access to the upper left platform. So I try to save the wall meat until I really need it. Like if for some reason I take a bunch of hits and I have one more hit left and then I'll die. I like how it says, take him with you. This did the Metroid thing where players were led to believe that Sypha was a man, just like Samus was led, you know, players were led to believe that she was a man as well. It wasn't until you beat the game that you found out that, you know, you were actually working with a female the whole time. What a twist! Of course, anyone that's familiar with the Castlevania series already knows that Sypha is a woman. But I was just pointing that out because it actually says him. It refers to her as him, you know, before you shake hands. And I'm going to actually wait. I actually meant to switch over to Sypha so I could get that sub-weapon I was talking about. But I don't want to switch over just yet. Because Sypha has a very short-range attack. She's not amazing with her melee attack. She's mainly about all the magic. And, you know, Trevor Belmont here, which I'm using right now, he's got all the reach. You can see his whip is quite long. Sypha, on the other hand, can attack faster with her melee attack. So let's go ahead and hit select. Select allows us to switch over to our other character. But look at how fast she attacks. So even though her melee attack doesn't do a ton of damage, you know, she can do rapid damage, which kind of, you know, kind of balances out. But now I've got the flame shot, which is ridiculously powerful. Very good attack in this game. Boom, just like that. There are a lot of tight jumps in this game. So this is the kind of game where you want to learn how to position your character like halfway off the platform, like that, or even 3/4 of the way off the platform, and then make your jump. Mega Man is very much the same way. There are a lot of 8-bit titles in particular that do that. And so this is absolutely one of those kinds of games where you want to get comfortable with doing that. So don't jump early like this, jump late. Of course, on a jump like that, I didn't actually have to do that, but there are some intentionally tight jumps in this game where you absolutely have to be halfway or more off the platform. Just bop him on the head. Alright, making good progress. Hey Monolith, welcome back. Now, one thing that's interesting about this is because of, like, you know, I guess palette limitations, the colors of these platforms is determined by the character that you're actually playing as. So you notice that I switch over to Trevor, and it's using whatever palette Trevor's using instead. So, kind of interesting. I love the limitations of old hardware like this. And the little details like that. It's just interesting. Now, there are some items on platforms that you can't actually access with some of these characters. Like, you'll notice that there's a candle in the distance over there. And it is actually possible to get that if you have Grant or Alucard. Now, we can have Grant here on our first loop. With Alucard, you'd have to come play this route on the second loop. Wrecked. And you can also utilize the larger hitbox of the Holy Water Flame and actually hit the guys above you, which is kind of neat. Just like that. Brian says, I don't think this gets as much love as it deserves. I don't know, man. I think it gets plenty of love. Yeah, especially among, like, Castlevania fans, old school Castlevania fans. The non-Metroidvania crowd. We usually put this one pretty high up on our lists. The problem is that in this reality, Rondo of Blood also exists, and is I think, a much better game for a lot of people. So while, I don't know, you might not see Castlevania 3 at, like, the top of everybody's lists, you know, when it comes to, like, the best 4 or 5 Castlevanias, it's a really, really tough pick. Like, it's really, really strong content. Like, we're talking some of the best action games, like, ever made, you know? So, but yeah, no, I think this game gets plenty of love. Plenty of love for Castlevania 3. And Monolith says, Holy Water to the rescue, as usual. Yeah, right? Yeah, Holy Water, you know, I was actually talking with another one of my viewers a couple weeks ago. Holy Water does operate differently in this game than it does in the first Castlevania. But it is still insanely powerful in this game. Possibly even better than it is in the first Castlevania in some ways. Like, it won't stun lock enemies to where, like, they can't attack, but it does even more rapid damage than the first Castlevania. In Castlevania's Holy Water damage actually goes kind of slow. But in Castlevania 3, it's like, whew, look at that. Look at how fast I wreck those guys. It's insane. Oh, that's cool. Oh, man, I do love some of the shortcuts you can take with these bosses if you know how to use things like Holy Water effectively. Dasan, I actually prefer this to Rondo as well. The challenge is definitely much higher. Rondo, for me, is one of those games where, like, you know, Rondo's a comfy game. It's beautiful, it animates great, it plays great, it sounds great. It's got a lot of replay value with its alternate pathways and stuff like that, but the challenge just is not there for the most part. So for me, Castlevania 3, you know, definitely edges it out. And if I'm gonna go with, like, super comfy, I'd rather play Castlevania 4 than Rondo. But, you know, everyone's got their own preferences, but that's why I generally prefer Castlevania 3 over something like Rondo. Is the difficulty is definitely there. You know, especially once we get into Loop 2 territory, which I will probably try tonight. I'm not sure with like what character or route I'm going to try it with. Sypha is probably the safest bet, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. The second loop of this game is just notoriously difficult. Oops. That sucks. Did not want that. That's actually okay, because I'm gonna need a different sub-weapon for this level anyway, later parts of this stage. One of the keys to Castlevania III, and this is for a lot of the Castlevania games, not just Part 3, but it's especially true in Part 3, is taking your time and not rushing through. If you rush through, you're going to take a lot of damage, and damage starts to get pretty beefy in this game. Like, you know, we're talking like 4 or 5 blocks of health being depleted later on in the playthrough. It gets pretty crazy. And if I wanted to, there's actually, I think this is the freeze right here. I can use that with Sypha. So I'll demonstrate that real quick. So normally those things cannot be killed. However, with Sypha's freeze, they can be. And her freeze actually makes this part a little bit easier. Not that it's really all that hard to begin with, but still. It's a very good power-up, especially on the water stages, because you can actually freeze water streams with this. So again, that's another one of those tight jumps right there. There's quite a lot of that in this game. And again, you'll notice that I had to be about halfway off the platform, maybe more, just to make the jump. And you gotta get really good with those tight jumps. There were a few of those in the in Castlevania II as well, but there wasn't nearly as much at stake in Castlevania II. You know, rarely did you have to make a jump like that in Castlevania 2 and it would result in death or something like that. Alright, so there's a little bit of a trick here we can do, but again, I'm taking my time. I don't want to rush these stairs, otherwise I'm going to get pounded by these guys. So the trick I am talking about is accessing this extra life down here. So you have to actually flip that platform around. That allows us to jump right through it. There's a 1-up. Now, just like Medusa heads in the first Castlevania, you want to just watch these guys' patterns. And I think the platform's going to reset itself. And look at that, I got the Sypha's blue balls. I always forget that's there, and that's actually exactly what I want for this next part. There are a couple different ways you can do this next vertical section. I've heard, I got a comment on one of my Castlevania 3 videos recently complaining that I played the Sypha route and that it's safe and boring. And I don't necessarily agree with that. Maybe if you know what you're doing, it's safe. But I mean, this entire game is kind of safe if you know what you're doing, period. And for a lot of new players, this red tower is actually really challenging. It was definitely one of my big roadblocks growing up. But with Sypha's, you know, the ball spell right here, I can just, like, sit on these stairs and just use it like this. Now, I do have to still kind of take my time. But you notice that the spell actually homes in on enemies. They have sort of a mind of their own, to be honest with you. I'm going to get in front of this guy and just smack him like that. So there we go. We can just use Sypha's ball spell. But if we switch over to Trevor, another good strategy is actually using his throwing knife. I'm going to come up and just attack this guy. Just like that. And attack this one. Now, one interesting feature is that if you sit on stairs and just hold down the attack button, you'll just constantly swing your whip without having to mash the button again. So I'm literally just holding the controller with one hand right now, just holding down B. So I can try to just dodge these. But one thing I can do is this. I can snipe these guys from a distance. I'm holding up forward and just holding down B. And every other attack, Trevor is going to use his throwing knife. And so that's how you can actually deal with these guys with Trevor alone. Which is actually really good to know because, you know, if you end up dying, you're going to lose the blue spheres that Sypha can toss out. And you're going to have to do it with either Sypha's, you know, red flame or... Actually, I will go ahead and grab that. The axe is better than the throwing knife for the most part. Either you'll have to deal with that section with Sypha's red flame, which doesn't go all the way across the screen. And I shouldn't have actually gotten that yet. Or you'll have to do it with, you know, like a throwing knife. So, you know, this is a checkpoint-based game. And so... You know, what that means is, you know, when you die, you go back to a checkpoint. You know, it doesn't just drop you right back out, you know, where you died. So, you have to learn how to recover in this game when you do die. And that means knowing, you know, how to deal with each situation with different sub-weapons and stuff like that. I Am Not Me says, I've beaten Dark Souls, but never this. Well, if you've beaten Dark Souls, you should absolutely be able to beat this. Dark Souls has a very similar kind of, quote-unquote, hard... you know, gameplay setup. Where it's really hard at first, but it's much more manageable when you know what to do. And I say the same to people that have said, oh man, I've beaten Castlevania 3, but I'll never be able to beat a Dark Souls game. I'm like, whatever, man. You can totally do it. So... Yeah, Sypha has, you know, she can use her freeze ability here, and it'll freeze the entire stream for a couple of seconds. It's a pretty cool effect. There it is right there. I'm gonna go ahead and take it. I think the blue spheres would have been safer, but I'll just demonstrate this right here. It's really cool. Also, the water does actually push you. Let's go ahead and grab that. But this will actually be handy for this whole, like, underground section. Monolith says this game is harder than Dark Souls? I don't know, man. The boss patterns are way more simple here. You know, there are ways to tank in Dark Souls, but... I mean... Yeah, Dark Souls has some really, really tough parts, man. And it's really brutal with its checkpoints and stuff like that. Yeah, so generally these bone pillars, they shoot 3 projectiles. However, on the vertical tower section, there are multiple bone pillars. And how many projectiles they shoot out is kind of like completely dependent on who's actually shooting at once. You can only have, I believe, 3 projectiles on screen total when it comes to the bone pillars. Okay, so I wanted to get rid of that Axe Armor Knight, but I'm going to do this, smack him like that. And there we go, just like that. But yeah, the freeze is actually really handy on this part because you can kill these really beefy enemies in just one hit. And you can also slow them down, which is nice. Which, again, makes your life a lot easier. Stopwatch is pretty solid, but I'm not going to actually use it. If I was doing, like, Trevor only with no freeze attack from Sypha, then... yeah, I would probably grab the stopwatch. Trying to grab as many hearts as I can because they will be quite handy for the boss fight. Did you see how the freeze attack makes things a little bit more comfy? Because what's cool about the freeze attack is that enemies cannot actually hurt you when they're frozen. Okay, I'm going to actually switch over to Trevor. This is much less useful here. And I'm going to use Trevor in the boss fight too. Actually, you know what? I could switch over to Sypha because... Actually, I think her red book was more towards the beginning. Although, actually, no, I think there's one down here, too. How do I want to do this now? I'm trying to debate. Both characters are good for this fight. Let's, No, I'm gonna go with Trevor. We're gonna stick with Trevor here. This fight can be a little bit of a pain. It's one of those fights, you really have to know how to work it. And you want to sit on this middle platform. Just stay on this middle platform. Hit that guy with the axe. You can also hit him as he drops with just your whip. Ooh, that was close. Scary. 1, 2... Now, I don't have a doubler with the axe, unfortunately, which is making my life a little more difficult. Whip him as he goes down. Very tight timing. Ooh, look at that. Flawless victory. Hell yeah. I really wish I had a doubler or a tripler, which allows me to throw 2 or 3 axes back to back. Hey, Xeon, welcome back. You've beaten Castlevania 1 through 4. When it came to the Ghouls and Ghosts series, you got your head kicked in. Yeah, those games have some more randomized elements. But what I would recommend doing with that series is trying to learn just Ghouls and Ghosts, which was the second game in arcades. And you can play the Genesis version, which is quite a bit easier. We'll go ahead and stick it out with holy water right now. And actually what I'll do is I'll switch over to Sypha, because I can use her for these things right here. Hey, Salvatore, welcome back. That makes my life just a little bit easier. Now, you gotta do this part just right, otherwise, you know, you end up not making that last jump. Whoops. Did not mean to take a hit. That's 5 hearts. Thanks, VGA. The freeze is just so good. A lot of times I don't use it, but and the reality is it's actually really, really good. Look at that, I just kind of like coasted through that area because of it. One, two, three, and then freeze, pop. Just like that. Castlevania 3 can be a very rhythmic game. I mean, all the Castlevanias are. They're very, like, you know, very timing-oriented games. If you can count, you can play Castlevania. It's kind of true, actually. And I'm not going to actually get that right now, because I'd rather just do that. Keeping completely safe. And there's going to be some wall meat right here. Thanks, Lawrence. Hey, Davey, welcome back. Alright, this is one of the tightest jumps in the entire series, really. Right here. It's always scary. It's probably the scariest jump in any Castlevania game. So again, the red skeletons, Sypha's freeze is the only way to kill them. So having the freeze also makes this part a lot easier. Because those guys have some pretty good reach. But as much as I like the freeze, I think we're going to switch over to Sypha's spheres instead. We got some crumbling platforms here. It is possible to get crushed, so be careful. Don't get too high to the ceiling. And also, don't let these crumble apart too quickly, because you don't want them to... You don't want to have them crumble apart and not have a platform to rest on. Hey, Office, welcome back. Actually, let's just do this. Boss time. Now, I think Trevor... I don't think I got a doubler for his holy water. Yeah, I did not. So, what I think I'm going to do is... I'm going to go with the blue sphere strategy. And just kind of stay up here in safety. And there we go. And same thing again. Man, that does a lot of damage. These things do feel like they have a mind of their own. The homing properties are not that great. Alright, we're going to do Trevor now. So his hitbox is actually a little bit higher up. So you can't just, like, you know, hit him with holy water from beneath like that. Switch back over to Sypha. Oops. And that's it. Monolith got to Galamoth in Symphony of the Night. I thought it was some kind of joke. Is that because everything else in the game is super easy? Yeah, I will say the first time I got to Galamoth, believe it or not, I was... So the first version of Symphony of the Night I played was the Saturn version. And having never played Symphony or even seen anything about it, I had no idea what I was doing, and so I picked Richter from the very beginning, not knowing I was supposed to play as Alucard. And so, you know, I got to the Upside Down Castle, was getting wrecked left and right. And then I got to Galamoth. I don't think I ever actually beat him with Richter. Alright, so I got the blue spheres with Sypha. I'm going to try to get my doubler and tripler holy water with Trevor. So yeah, a couple different ways you can do the boss fight here, which is death, as someone's already mentioned. And death actually is a little bit like he is in Castlevania 1, although his patterns are more fixed now. Although I will say he's not really all that much easier if you try to fight him like without, you know, certain exploitative strategies. And so down here is actually wall meat, but I don't really need it, but whatever. I don't think I'm going to take a hit up here, so... Just gotta watch out for the red skeletons. They do come back. It only takes about a second and a half. There's the boomerang. Go ahead and use holy water there in case the slime, you know, tries to slam into it. I do like that they brought back the slimes. Oh, I really want that. From Castlevania II. It's basically sort of paying homage to Castlevania II, which... I think even at the time, some people tried to kind of, like, write out of their memories. I always loved Castlevania 2, though. Always have. Always will. There we go. Another doubler. This one up here, I believe, is holy water. If I don't already have it. So... yeah, I've got the doubler with the holy water. And let's see if this gives us the tripler. Yep. There we go. So So I have a good little trick here on death if I have a double or tripled holy water. Just grab all the hearts that I can. Now, some of these candles are sub-weapons, so I usually just stop attacking them by about the halfway point, like this. And then I just jump over this knight. And that's fine, too. That gave me a little bit of a boost, actually. Speed techniques. Alright, and so what I do is I throw holy water right down to the middle here. Just like that. And now death is going to turn into this giant rotating skull. There we go. Hey, Mighty Maz, welcome back. I like how you guys are like, phase 2 time, and then by the time, like, the text actually gets to me, I've already beaten the boss. Oh, man. Alright. So this level and the level after, these are levels you have to play on every single run of the game, and this is where Castlevania III starts to get a little tedious for me. Because I don't find these last couple levels to be, like, as fun as, you know, Castlevania 1's last levels. But, yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt the game too much overall. It is what it is. But these can be some pretty challenging stages if you don't know what you're doing. Getting some combo bonus points there. If you kill multiple enemies with the same sub-weapon attack, you'll actually get some bonus points. Which is actually handy if you're trying to get extra lives. So, especially if you're struggling with the game, you know, learning how to combo enemies with sub-weapons is good, so you can get those points. I'm not going to bother with those candles. Alright, we're going to switch over to Sypha. And what I like to do is actually jump on this platform as it falls. Just like that. And then I jump over the vertical spike thingy crusher. Just like that. Alright, so we're going to use Sypha's spheres for this section right here. Realistically, what I'd like to do is actually kill the bone pillar by itself. Just like that. Now attack this guy from down below. Oh, that's not good. Ugh. Just have to take your time. Yeah, one of my big issues with this game as a kid was like I was always rushing things and always dying. But you take your time, it becomes a heck of a lot easier. Like, even right here, I can just take my time, just use my sub-weapon if I wanted to. Now, I'm using hearts, unfortunately, but at least I know I'm not going to get hit by his axes. Alright, we go up these stairs, and there's going to be another sort of auto-scrolling, screen-dropping section, whatever you want to call it. Man, those orbs are really powerful. Alright, there's actually a extra life right here. Boom, just like that. Alright, we're pretty good on hearts right now. Alright, and there's a nice cheesy exploit you can use in the boss fight, as long as you can get to it with the blue spheres. Gotta watch out for those bats, they just constantly spawn in on those parts. Use my spheres. And there we go. I think that bottom path is harder than the top path. So I think we're pretty much good to go now. Alright, last section. Hey Carl, welcome back. And for the Medusas here, just don't jump. You can go underneath them, you can go over them, just don't jump. Then you'll be fine. When you get to the boss arena, they just disappear. But there's a fiber right there. And with Sypha, I just jumped straight up here like this. This is the doppelganger. And you can just sit in the corner here, use the blue spheres. I want to play some Sonic 3 Blue Sphere right now. And that's it. Hey, Game Eagle, welcome back. He says, Sypha is probably my favorite secondary character of Castlevania 3. Alright, last level. So having the blue spheres here is actually pretty handy for a section that comes up at the bottom of this vertical shaft. All right. Well, the great thing about the blue sphere projectile is that it is long range. I'm gonna miss that heart. Yeah, unfortunately. I can also get this. I think it's an extra life right here. Boom, just like that. Now, there's a whole series of breakable blocks in this section, so I'd rather just use the blue spheres to kill these guys from a distance. Very nice. Hey, Jeff, are there any glitches or exploits? Well, I mean, those are two different things. Glitches? I don't know of any. Exploits? Well, I mean, some sections of the game are easier with certain characters than others. Alright, so I'm switching over to the, you know, Trevor right now so I can grab that axe, but I'd rather have Sypha on this top section. Yeah, these bats are a lot easier to hit with Sypha because her attack comes out a lot faster. Now you can, you know, determine the side of the screen the bats actually spawn from, depends on the way that you're facing. And we're gonna actually switch off of the sphere. We're gonna actually go to the book because it just does a ton of damage. Oh, you mean... Oh, yeah, well, I mean... Not really, Jeff, no. There is one on the Doppelganger boss, which makes for an easy strategy to beat him. You basically... The Doppelganger switches to whoever you're currently playing as. And so, you know, you can switch to a different character, then he'll have to switch too. And you can attack him in between those moments where he switches. But that's pretty much the only exploit I know of. But no other glitches that I'm aware of. I mean, there could be some speed strats, but I don't remember ever seeing anything when watching speedruns in terms of, like, you know, using the character switch mechanic. So... I don't really care the name of the book, VGA. I care about what it does. And I see a book on screen, and so I think it's fair to just call it a book. I don't really care if it's a book of fire or a book of Shazam! It does a whole lot of cool things. All I care is that it shoots a flame straight forward, and it does lots of damage. So when you guys hear me describe items, I don't go into detail about item descriptions and stuff like that, because I don't care. I just care about what they do. Some of you guys get really deep into, like, ooh, man, you know, all the lore and stuff, and I could care less. For me, it's all about the gameplay and what things in the game actually do. So for this part, I want to kind of move back and forth, otherwise the flames will just surround me. Ow, that was bad. That Game Eagle says, the Book of Life. Alright, switch back over to Trevor. You caught the boomerang. The cross. It's not a boomerang, it's a cross. Ah. Like, that's... I don't care. I get comments like that on YouTube occasionally. Like, you said this sub-weapon item wrong. Like, oh, okay, whatever. Don't care. So, on this form, you want to... I can't even freaking focus now, man. Oh, man. I recommend just sitting on, like, the right-hand side of the screen. Watch out for the moving platforms. I'd rather not ride the moving platforms. It's safer to just stay on the bottom. And Dracula's lasers... Oh, no, I probably said that wrong, too. Whatever you want to call them. They pretty much target wherever you are in the screen. And so you want to kind of be in around this area at the very least, otherwise they're going to hit you in the corner. And there we go. No, I'm not giving you a hard time, VJ. I'm just making a statement. So you guys understand where I'm coming from in my line of thinking. And when you guys say, like, oh, you actually mean this, it's like, I don't really care. That's my thought process when I see comments like that, period. Whether it's on my live stream, or it's on my comment sections, on normal videos, or whatever. It's like, yeah, whatever. Alright, so we'll let the ending roll out. I'm trying to debate whether I want to do Loop 2 right now. I might just do it right now, because... I don't know, the Sypha route probably is a little more doable. Loop 2. Jeff says the book is actually an easy 1040 textbook from 1912. Oh, man. Office says, I-beams, dude! Get it right! Game Eagle says, he calls the boomerang a plus sign, just to be funny. And Desan says, yeah, vampiric bolts of lightning, surely. Alright, see ya, JD. Let us know when you pop back in. I mean, this is true too, great John Zini. I always get your name wrong. We are eventually going to die, so nothing matters at the end of the day. I try not to think about that, as I'm sure most of us do. Thanks for the GG, guys. I appreciate that. Game Eagle says, Sypha is not just a girl. She is also Samus. Just imagine that. Sypha, like, induces a sleep spell on herself. Basically goes into, like, a magic version of cryogenic, like, stasis or whatever. Comes out thousands of years down the road and is reborn as Samus Aran. Where Sypha turns into a bounty hunter and changes her name. Video game logic, I could actually see it happening. Yeah, me too, DJ. I never would have thought 30 years ago that we'd get a 4-season anime based on this. Yeah. All right. Well, let's just attempt loop 2 to start. We'll just do the same route. But as you can see, there's already a lot more going on. We now have zombies on this first screen and a skeleton knight up top. Everything else does a lot of damage too. Oh, that's a good question, Carl. So does that make Sypha's ice magic and Samus's ice beam one and the same? Quite possibly. Oh, man. Alright, so I'm gonna basically do the same thing with Trevor here and the, you know, the holy water trick for this first boss. I'm gonna be taking the exact same route. Just to show you guys the differences in difficulty. And then after that, we'll do a brand new run with, I guess, either Grant or Alucard, and then we'll do a final one with just, the last character we haven't played as yet. So, this is actually where things start to become a lot more challenging, is these, bouncing skulls appear. They pretty much replace Medusa heads. Now, you do have more enemies at other parts of the game, but it's these bouncing skulls that just make everyone's lives like living hell. Like, you think that the normal run is hard. Wait until you try the second run. And I should actually switch over to Sypha because I feel like her attack is better suited to these guys. There we go. Now, their pattern is completely erratic. That's what makes them really hard to deal with. It's not like Medusa heads where it's just down and then up and then down and then up. Oh, jeez. I hate dealing with those guys. You should keep trying, Dasan. I mean, you've tried to get good at Donkey Kong, which I think is a much more difficult task than Castlevania III Loop 2. So you should go back and try it again. Dasan's trying to roll Donkey Kong arcade. Woo! That's a task. Alright, so I'm gonna stick it out with Sypha here for just a couple more minutes because, again, she makes killing some of these enemies a little bit easier. The Hunchbacks, for instance. You should try, Dasan. Try. Try again and try harder. It's worth it. It's a good challenge. It really is. It's one of the things I love about this game is that it does get harder than your average Castlevania game. Especially by Loop 2. Alright, back over to Trevor. Do I think if you can beat Curse of the Moon, you can beat this? No. Curse of the Moon is a lot easier, I think. But I think you should still play this and try. But because you can beat Curse of the Moon is not a, you know, de facto guarantee you can beat this. Curse of the Moon doesn't have nearly as much going on with, like, enemy placement and stuff like that. It's much more basic. It's actually kind of crazy saying that, because this is this is a 31-year-old game. 32, if I guess if you count the Japanese version. I'm pretty sure that was 89. This one was 90 in North America. I don't know. Curse of the Moon was awesome, but it was pretty straightforward to where a point where, like, I don't know. I didn't feel like I was really at risk a lot in Curse of the Moon. Jesus, these skeletons, man. I completely forgot they were on this first section. That's gonna make this a lot harder now. Technically, I guess I could maybe switch over to, like, Sypha's freeze attack, which I think is actually not right there. I think I missed it. Nope, there it is. Oh. So I could try to use the freeze on these guys, just to get them out of my hair for a split second. It's not good. Do I like Bloodstained? I do. Yes. I do. I've got streams of all of them, actually. Pop. Just like that. Oh, nice office. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Alright, we're going to switch over. There's our boomerang. Makes this part a little bit easier. Very typical design choice where preferable sub-weapons will be dropped in sections where, you know, they're probably the most useful. So the boomerang is, you know, one such item placement. Alright, so I just need to get past this without taking one more hit, and then we'll be fine. But thankfully our lives carry over from the first loop. Freeze? Freeze. And freeze again. Freeze again. Boom. Freeze is pretty good, actually. Yeah, so this is nothing over here. You don't want to fall off, otherwise you'll die. Now, what's kind of cool is with Grant, you can actually walk on ceilings and walls, and you can actually walk or climb all the way around that top platform. It's pretty cool. It's one of the things I like about Grant. You can just try to explore the environments. Jeff says, "You mean the cross?" Oh man, you guys. Alright, I think I still have the holy water. No, I have the boomerang with Trevor, which is fine. I think I'm gonna try to roll through this part with Sypha, though, and see what happens. Normally when I play this game, Trevor is my primary character. Sypha is just kind of, secondary. But, I mean, I'm having a good time just using the freeze attack right here. It does make life a lot easier. Desan. I don't know about some people going too far in regards to Billy Mitchell. He has done quite a few slimy things. And it's obvious he's very narcissistic and egotistical. But, that said... oh, I wanted to keep the freeze. He is very good at the games that he's good at. You know, so I will, as a player, I will definitely give that to him. but some of his actions against other people and, you know, the way he, just is, I guess, is kind of slimy. And, I think it's important for both parties to kind of recognize both those facts. Like, some people want to say he's like a terrible gamer and he's awful at video games. It's like, no, he's actually pretty good. But he is kind of a piece of garbage sometimes, or at least he makes himself seem that way. Anyways, that's all I'll say on that topic. I don't really have a stake in that race. Hey, John Evan, welcome back. Office says Grant is part spider. Alright, one more thing. The whole him trying to sue everybody that, like, you know, says anything bad about him, that's just a really bad look, man. That's a terrible look. Alright, I'm done. No more BM talk. Alright. Could grab the stopwatch, actually. We can actually mess around with this for a little while. Although, Sypha's freeze is a lot more handy, but I don't have the freeze anymore, so... But stopwatch right here is very good. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. Okay, so his sword was part of his hitbox, which makes sense. That actually puts me in a really bad position. No more bowel movement talk. Right, Office, right. Exactly. Now we have mummies here. Yeah, some of the areas in the game that actually have the mummies normally are way more challenging now because they come out faster and there are more sections with where the mummies actually spawn in. Okay, this is just not good. Welcome to Castlevania III Loop 2, guys. Oh, no, no, no. That dude just came out of nowhere. I mean, to be fair to San, there are a lot of crazy people in these competitive video game scenes. Especially the ones that came from, the 80s. You know, it is what it is. Now, to be fair, there are actually a couple of cool people I've met in that scene, specifically. And, like, there's, you know, a Twitch streamer or two that is, like, that I follow that, you know, basically knows all those guys and hangs out, or hung out with them previously. But, yeah, I mean, I almost feel like you get crazies in, like, any sort of scene where there's, like, any kind of, like, publicity at stake. Especially when there's, like, positive publicity at stake, like, I'm the best at this or that, you know, people start to get really defensive about it. I don't want to be the guy that's just like, well, they're just video games. Because, like, I mean, I run a gameplay-focused channel here, and you know, I do think there's value in being better at video games, because I think the games become more enjoyable when you're better at them. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they are still just video games, you know. I guess for some of these guys, it's the fact that you can entertain people with your skill, and... you know, that provides some kind of value to, you know, outside sources, outside viewers. And I get that, you know, kind of doing it a little bit here myself. I don't need to be streaming Castlevania 3 right now, but I know a lot of you guys like it. And I like the attention, not gonna lie. But, you know, when I turn off the stream, it's like I'm back to my regular daily mundane life that I don't have much positive effect on the world. So I don't know, man. It's a weird topic to actually talk about, honestly. Alright, I don't have any sub-weapons with Sypha, actually, so I've kind of put myself in a bad position. Oh, I forgot that actually tracks you. Oh, man. Welcome to Loop 2 of Castlevania III. With your host, Gameplay and Cannot Play. Sorry. Talk and cannot play? Never mind. I don't even know what I'm saying here. And now we have to watch out for these bats. They don't exist on Loop 1 here. Alright, let's see if we can switch over. Davey says the older he gets, the better he was. Or the better you thought you were back in the day. I tell people this all the time, like, I've gotten better as an adult, as far as, you know, playing video games is concerned. Like, I've actually finished a lot of games that I never even came close to finishing back in the day. You know, Battletoads was like one of the first big ones I did as an adult. Oh, jeez, I didn't even get my upgraded whip. Really not paying attention now. That's fine. Just tank. Tank, 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 tank. Society, this is true. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. This is also true, Monolith. Monolith says, if only you had an adult-like mindset with childlike reflexes. Yep. Well, that's why I see, you know, you see, oh, man. Up-and-coming, like, pinball players and stuff like that. They're, like, teenagers, right? And they're really, really good. And they got really good really fast. And a huge part of it is just the faster reflexes. However, the adults that have been around a long time do have a much more nuanced perspective of, like, game rule sets and, you know, how to stack modes and do things in a particular order that's most beneficial to survival and, you know, just outright winning a competition or something. But, you know, you see those younger players and you're like, man, yeah, they're going to be like the next, you know, big deal in this scene because, you know, they're starting young and they've got those reflexes and they're going to get to that point of maturity where, you know, that younger age edge is going to make a big difference. Like, I'm almost 40 and I have already noticed, you know, a significant decrease in, you know, reaction times when I play. Both pinball and video games. That said, a lot of video games in particular, even these old ones, is not necessarily like super fast eye-hand coordination so much as it is actually thinking about what you're doing, having a game plan, things like that. You know, just making good decisions in games can take you a long way. Way longer, you know, way farther than I think a lot of people actually understand. Like, I didn't rush up on the mummies there. I stayed back. I was like, that was a good choice, you know? And for the Cyclops, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to sit over here because he's going to dash like that. And I'm just going to just walk back and forth. Gonna whip him like that, though. Just take my time. Just making a good choice here. 1, 2, jump over. Now we're just gonna jump back. And just like that. It's pretty easy. Now you can try to bait him into hitting you with his club, but you also run the risk of him just charging right at you. Oh yeah. Hey, Ian. Ian says, ultimately, everything is what you make of it. Some people spend their spare time watching sports. I spend time being little pixel dudes. It doesn't really matter. We will all dance with the Reaper. This is true. Davey says he's more focused now. He's 1cc shmups that he wouldn't have done when he was younger. Yep. Yeah, me too. Switch back over to Sypha. One, two, three, flame, flame. 1, 2, 3, flame. There we go. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Dasan, because the last couple of nights I've been playing the Silent Hill games. Well, I guess technically Silent Hill 1 isn't really a modern game, and I wouldn't really call Silent Hill 3 a modern game either, but it definitely has a lot more in common with modern games than even Silent Hill 1. Especially if you're playing the HD collection with all the upgraded textures and stuff like that, widescreen support. But man, I just was not having a good time. I don't know if it's necessarily because they are more modern. I think it's more just the style of game in that case. I'm not against modern games. I do find that I prefer a more simplistic, quick and to the point experience. Like, I even started playing DMC Devil May Cry last night, based on a friend's suggestion. He really enjoys the game. And I love, some of the other Devil May Cry games. And I was having a much better time with it than, like, the Silent Hill games. I mean, two totally different game styles, for sure, but even some, like, more modern gaming focused traits were kind of like, rearing their ugly heads after a little while, like just constant story sequences with gameplay kind of being on the back burner, like, play for 5 minutes and then watch another 5 minutes of cutscenes, that sort of thing. Maybe that'll actually, get toned back a little bit as I go farther into the game, because I'm still only on, like, the 4th mission. Also, these knights have changed. They have a shield now, and they are beefier, and they're faster. Oof. And they do that, too. Forgot that they poke at you. But yeah, there are a lot of modern games, though, where it does feel like they're very heavily focused on story, and it's just not something I really care that much about in games. It's not to say I don't enjoy a game with a good story, but it's got to be, like, really damn good, I've found. Stories, like, in the Silent Hill games I just played were, honestly, just kind of executed really poorly, in my opinion. And they didn't draw me in at all. Which kind of sucks, because the theme is interesting, sort of, kind of. Well, maybe not really. The creepy atmosphere, at least, is cool, but the actual stories themselves, what the characters do and what they go through, was not very interesting. So yeah, story, I think, in a video game for me has to be really good for me to really care about it. I'm going to do the same thing as I did earlier, try to get the blue spheres again. And the extra life, so flip that. I know this playthrough is probably coming off as relatively repetitious for those of you guys that already watched my first loop, but trust me when I say we'll do the alternate routes on the next run. I just wanted to show off Loop 2 at least once in this playthrough, and show how much more difficult it is. Even with the supposedly easy-peasy Sypha route. Game Eagle says, I probably would not like the Metal Gear Solid games for that reason. You think so? I mean, I've heard the gameplay... Well, see, I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe the story in those games is convoluted and I might not enjoy them, but... When I look at Metal Gear Solid gameplay, it actually looks like it's more fun than something like Silent Hill. Like, just the core gameplay of that game was not enjoyable to me. It was just very dull and tedious. It's one of the, like, the Metal Gear games in particular, those are games that I'm going to eventually try to, like, kind of force myself through. Much like the Silent Hill games I did these past 2 weeks, or last week and a half, really. I beat parts 1 and 3. Taking a break with some DMC Devil May Cry, but I will eventually go back and try part 2. Sorry, Office. Okay, really want to avoid the crow. Okay. Oh, that was close. Very, very close. I have to hurry up too. I've got 60 seconds left. Just try not to die here, that's all. Alright, we got it. Yeah, Dasan, I remember hearing about that. Yeah, the whole Psycho Mantis thing. And commenting on your memory card data. I see you play Castlevania, or something like that. Game Eagle says, to be fair, he's more of a Resident Evil guy. Silent Hill doesn't do much for him. Alright, I am going to stick with the, that was bad, these, projectiles, just to see... Oh my god, Jesus Christ, why are there so many of you right now? Oh, that's right, Luke too. Maybe I should have, like, switched over to freeze. And also just take my time. Just attack these guys instead of using my sub-weapon. 1, 2, 3, pop. Yeah, maybe I should have stuck with freeze. Just the problem is on this part, there's a lot of bats now. Oh man, and one of the problems with this game too is you get lashed immediately onto the staircase. Even if you're not really right next to it, you can be like half a block over and it will force you onto the stairs, and that's exactly what just happened. Alright, just kill me again. The freeze is better for this specific part, if you ask me. So I probably should have taken it in the beginning. I mean, again, it's just an example of, you know, the developers placing an item where it's probably the most useful, and I chose not to use it. Now, if I had Grant on this route, I could actually just climb over this section completely. It's a really nice feature. And you know what? The freeze was right there. Again. I didn't even know that was holy water. Oh no! I'm not focusing now. It's my fault. It's my fault for not paying attention. Not being smart about how I'm playing. Alright, let's go ahead and do it. We'll switch back over to freeze. See, I did it again. I was just trying to duck so I could hit the bat. And I ended up going down the stairs instead. Yeah, probably not one of the best designed sections in the game, at least in terms of ease of play. You know, on one hand, you could actually look at it as, you know, a positive. It is designed the way it is, because it is more challenging and it forces you to think about what you're doing. But other players would probably look at it as, well, if I want to duck, I should be able to duck and not be forced down a stairwell. So yeah, sort of multiple ways you can look at it. I actually probably should have kept the stopwatch for this part, but if I ended up using the stopwatch a lot, I wouldn't have actually ended up at the boss with really any hearts to speak of, so... And I'm dead. Oh, I got it. Oh, got lucky. It's intense. Alright, I can only take one hit here. I can only absorb one hit, I mean. And there it is. Just taking my time. There we go. We got him. Office says Sypha and her beating stick. Yeah, right. Dasan wants to try Alien Isolation. It was on sale for like $7 recently. Yeah, that's one I don't know if I'll ever get around to playing. I don't know, we'll see. I know it's more of like a, sort of stealth kind of game. I've always avoided stealth games in general, which is why I've never really messed around with the Metal Gear series. But, I don't know, it's something I might actually enjoy if I actually put the time into it. I always forget to do this. Yep. There's a $5. Thanks for the GG Society. I appreciate that. I was trying to use my freeze, but it wasn't letting me. Son asks, have I ever tried the original Tenchu? He says that's pretty fun. I have not. I do have some friends that are fans of it, though. And I think I actually just screwed myself by hitting that block by accident. So now the block is going to be filled back in, and it's not going to actually give me any meat like it's supposed to. So that actually puts me at a big disadvantage. I think it's the only wall meat in the entire level. Whoops, did not want that either. And here I am. I said on the first loop I mostly play with Trevor, but now I am on second loop playing as Sypha. Let's see. Oh, it's still there. Nice. Okay. Thought I screwed myself over there. I know how I describe that, it does function like that in some other Castlevania games, I believe. I think Castlevania 4 is actually one of them where it does that. Block fills itself back in if you haven't broken all of them apart, and then you just can't break any of them apart. Okay, very tight jump again. Pensive, well, I already know that. Yep, I know how to play this game, thank you. But welcome back! And I already explained that mechanic. Wife had a bad day, Azusa says. That sucks. It's not good. Hopefully her day gets better now that she's home. No, I mean, Pensive, I had to bring it up because you've been on a little bit of a backseat driving kick lately. Don't know if you've been realizing it. I've been kind of ignoring it, but yeah. Just pull back a little bit, kick back, relax, enjoy the stream. And yeah. How's everybody doing tonight? So yes, we are in the second loop for anyone that's just joining us. And we're pretty much doing the exact same route we did in the beginning. And we're going to mix things up after this run. I just wanted to show people how much more difficult Loop 2 was. Hey, Jose, welcome back. Azusa says his wife's just exhausted from work. Yeah, that makes sense. It happens. Oh. After his third jump, he does his three-way projectiles. And so, what I try to do is either avoid them, or if I have someone like Sypha, just throw a projectile right as he shoots his projectiles. I need to rush these mummies? What? Alright, so one thing that's interesting now is on this section, you've got these zombies have actually changed forms into beefier versions. And what's actually kind of interesting is they don't give you points anymore. Oh, Desan, you were backseat driving. Okay, I see. I was like, what is he talking about? Desan was poking fun at the whole situation. Okay. Just gotta take it easy here. Take it easy. This is not comfy Route 1 territory, or Loop 1 territory. It's... it's anxiety-ridden Loop 2 territory. Honestly, it's not actually... it's honestly not that bad. I mean, maybe I've just gone through Loop 2 too many times with Sypha, but... my problem right now is I'm not focusing. I'm also getting kind of hungry again, and thirsty. We still have at least 2 more runs to go, though. I'm also rushing parts I shouldn't be rushing. I'm going to try to stick with these, the blue spheres. Just see how it works for me. Could be good, could be bad. But it is a different strategy than, you know, what we worked with Trevor on the first loop. Leo asks, did I have any nightmares about Silent Hill 3 last night? No, thank God. When I binged Silent Hill 3 earlier in the week, I did have dreams about it. It and the first game. Ugh. That's what happens when I play, you know, too much of the same game back to back. Last night, though, I did not dream about any video games, thankfully. Oh, that was bad. I mean, that was good, but I definitely wouldn't say it was easier than using Holy Water with Trevor. Like I said, they have a mind of their own sometimes. Their homing properties are a little weird. Alright, there we go. Hey, Blank Face, welcome back. Son wanted to be an archaeologist, and his dad said no. By the time you grow up, everything will have been found. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, I heeded my dad's advice as when I was younger. He's, you know, wanted to be a web designer, and he said, no, there's not going to be any money in that field. Which is complete BS, you know, 20 years later. I know several six-figure plus web developers these days, and it's just like, ugh. Parents can have good advice, but sometimes their advice is also kind of short-sighted because they don't know what the future's going to actually be like. Like for me growing up, you know, technology was still evolving at a really fast rate. And, like, web-level stuff was still very new at the time. Is this the version where the ice spell can be abused on certain bosses? I have no idea, Scarlet. If the ice spell can be abused on bosses, I don't know of it. I'd like to know of it, actually, now that I think about it, because it's kind of like the stopwatch for me. I don't know if the stopwatch will actually do anything against any boss in this game. You know, I don't know the Castlevania 3 bosses like I know the Castlevania 1 bosses. Like, I haven't gone through to try to beat every boss with every sub-weapon. But that's something I would like to do eventually. That'd be cool. My projectile went off the screen. There we go. It's the bat that splits up into tinier bats. There's a coding error in an earlier version of the game that lets you just ice annihilate the thing. I mean, I don't really see the problem with that. That's just another strategy that can be used or not. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never done it or tried it before, but I'd like to now. I don't even see that sort of thing as like a programming error. Maybe like, you know, the designer said it was, but... and maybe they even released a fix, but... I think it would have been cool to just leave it. I mean, it's just like you can freeze the bat in Castlevania 1, and you can freeze Medusa in Castlevania 1. Like, I think that's really cool, and gives, especially new players, like, you know, easier strategies to make, you know, actual progress. I'm all for that. It's one thing I love about some of these Castlevania games, just the variety of strategies. Like, yeah, there are broken strategies, but it doesn't mean you have to use them. You know, it's just yet another option, and I really like that choice. Hey, Mario? Hey, Oliver. As a web designer, the job is no longer what you thought it would be 15 years ago. How, oh, geez, that was horrible. It puts me all the way back here. I forgot about that ghost skeleton, and that's what killed me. I was just expecting the bats. D. Andrew asks, how's the job hunt coming? I haven't actually been looking at all. I'm still getting my sort of like final review on my resume. I'm still waiting for my severance pay to come in, which should be next week, I believe. And then that'll give me, yeah, the severance pay will give me a couple of months to work with. So I'm not rushing it, basically. I needed a vacation anyway, kind of just enjoying my time to myself. Started studying some stuff today. Set up a new workstation setup in my game room here so I can do work-related things and separate from the cat. Because she gets really, really annoying. Very needy. And I can't have that when I'm trying to focus. So... but yeah, that's where things are at right now. Nothing crazy. But yeah, Oliver, I was gonna ask, like, how have things changed? Like, from someone that's actually, like, done it firsthand. Oliver says he never makes streams anymore. Glad there's a good one today. Yeah, this was very close to not even happening. Oh, Society's got to dip out. Alright, take care, man. See you later. Ian, they are, the Symphony of the Night versions, gameplay-wise, they're pretty similar. You're not gonna notice a lot that's different. Not a ton, anyway. Not to, like, really, truly change the experience, but the, I will say the visuals are softer in the PSP version, and they changed all the voice acting. So everything's been redone in terms of voice acting and whatnot. So we're gonna do the exact same strategy that we did last time. If the game lets me. Oh, that bird just stopped right in front of me. Thankfully we had all those lives coming in from Loop 1. Because if we didn't, we would have already gotten a game over. So this bridge is a lot more difficult now. Stupid skulls, man. Alright, just gotta get over here and then we'll be fine. Alright, we're fine. Whew. Oliver says, in his opinion, there's a lot more creativity and originality happening earlier on in his career. Yeah, that makes sense. Today, most sites look and work the same, which makes the day-to-day a lot harder. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I taught myself HTML back in the day. And, so I had a lot of, like, personal websites for a long time. From, like, I don't know, 96 to, like, 2003, I was doing it as, like, a primary hobby. And so, like, yeah, I had wanted to go into web design. It just made sense because I liked doing it. But back then, it was just all, like, there was, like, Microsoft Front Page, and I took a couple web design classes later on in college, and they forced us to use Dreamweaver at the time, but I had done everything by hand. Just HTML and a Notepad doc. And it was, it probably wasn't how, like, professionals did it at the time, but I really liked piecing all the graphics together and making basic artwork and getting it all to connect. And there was a lot of creativity in how I put stuff together. And I could definitely see things becoming much more automated and standardized as the years went on. I could totally see that being, like, a thing, for sure. Whew. This is tense. And now it's a lot more than just HTML as well these days. Like, there's JavaScript, and there's, like, cross-site scripting, and there's all sorts of other things as well. Which is just way above my head. Yeah, and then there's been all sorts of studies and so on and so forth that have gone into, like, what makes people stay on your pages longer, and what makes them, click off faster, or maybe click onto another tab, and stay on your site. And that factors into, like, basic design these days, and I could see how it could get really redundant as, like, a day-to-day job. Yeah, and what the thing is, like, when you're a kid at least, well, in my case, like, I never really thought about, like, how I would actually enjoy work. It just was like, I think it's good to do this because I already know how to do it, or I'm already good at it, or something like that, right? And my concern was my dad saying, "Oh, that you're never gonna make any money in it," and was like, I kind of took his words seriously. So I could have stuck with it, and I could have made money. But then, like, Oliver's saying, it's like, well, the day-to-day is harder. Would I actually still enjoy it? So maybe it ended up being a good thing, just not doing that with my life. I don't know. Oliver says it's pretty much all just JavaScript now, which he's okay with, but he likes trying out new things and just not copying Google, which is what managers want. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew, that's one of those things where it's like, I always took my parents' advice seriously, because, like, I always wanted to, like, be approved by them, I guess. And I still have that a little bit. inside me. I've tried to let it go as I've gotten older because I realize I'm never gonna, you know, be able to meet whatever arbitrary expectations they have of me. And even if I don't, does it matter? It doesn't. You know, it's my life to live. I mean, I do like having validation from my peers and my family. It's like, you know, I get that from my family now. My mom's like, my son's a YouTuber. You know, she thinks it's cool now. They probably didn't think it was cool for a really long time until I started having some kind of community and following, you know. But, you know, at the end of the day, you've got to make yourself happy. And regardless of what other people say, it is still important to heed people's advice. I just think, like, in terms of, like, the job suggestion thing when I was a kid, it's like my parents didn't really know any better, though. They didn't really know, like, what the field was even like. They didn't know where it was going. So they were not the right individuals to give that advice. I think that's the moral of the story. Now, when you get advice from people that have been through it and they know what it's like if someone comes up to me and wants to, you know, ask, how should I make YouTube videos? Well, I feel like I'm a better candidate to ask than, like, their mom or dad or something like that. You know, I can give the realities, the potentials, and whatever, and probably be closer to being spot on than anyone who's not into it will be able to, you know, talk about. But, you know, when you're young, like, for me, I was, like, 15, 16, and it's, like, you know, just naive. Still am naive. Not as much, but it's still there. And, you know, I just took my parents' word, like, seriously, so... Dasan says he wanted to be an actor, but he came up against the fundamental lack of talent. Well, I'd imagine acting is also practice. You know, it's a skill that you learn. It's not just like some magical gift you're just born with. I mean, maybe it's probably a lot easier for some people than others, but you know, I look at something like that as something that you could probably get better at if you really practiced at it. But you know, a lot of people don't make that first step. Like with video games. Anyone can beat Castlevania III. Well, maybe not just anyone, but it can be done with practice. You gotta take that first step. Andrew says he wanted to be a voice actor, but living where it's not a thing sucks. Well, I mean, that's the beauty about the internet, though. You don't necessarily need to be around other people to do that sort of thing, especially if you're a freelance guy. I know a guy up in Alaska who got into that, and he seemed to find like moderate success with it. Basically just putting out demos and stuff like that and shopping it around, and it's the sort of thing you can do remote. You know, you don't have to go to like big studios to do it unless you're working on like huge projects, but if you're working on some kind of huge project that is, you know, I would assume they would fly you out or something if you were like the real deal. But for just like small stuff, like, I mean, you can do that anywhere. No, I hear that, Dasan. Yeah, no, there are things I wanted to do growing up too that, you know, obviously are never going to happen now. So thanks for the GGs, everybody. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Alright, so let's reset the game. Loop 3 is identical to Loop 2, so there's no point in continuing to play this route. Let's do that, and I'm going to quickly reset this, just in case. My capture card can be really fickle with audio. It might glitch out for a couple seconds, and then it'll stabilize. We'll be back to normal. Game Eagle says, I've had many people tell me that my voice is good for radio. Game Eagle's like, nah. You know, I've had people tell me the same thing, yeah. And I've helped out with a couple of YouTube channels here in that regard. But yeah, I never really kind of chased that. I do have a friend that I think I mentioned this a while back, but he had reached out asking me if I wanted to try, you know, some voiceover work, like for like commercials and stuff like that, or web things or whatever. And I had declined at the time, but you know, the opportunity is there, which is kind of cool. But I got my YouTube and potentially future jobs and pinball and all that stuff, so. Well, welcome Delta, I'm glad you're here. Oh, I'm glad that you're glad you're here. I'm also glad you're here, but I'm especially glad that you're glad that you're here. It's a lot of glads. Desan says, I can see you reading storybooks for kids. Your voice is relaxing as hell. Oh my god. I don't know if I'd want to be that guy, though. The storybook kid guy. Then again, if I was the storybook kid guy, kids 30 or 40 years from now would be like reminiscing about my voice, just like they're reminiscing about Castlevania III. And Oliver, thank you very much for that, man. Better late than never. No, thank you very much, sir. That helps out a lot. Andrew says he thought about doing a stream, but do the entire thing like Heinz Doofenshmirtz. Alright, let's go ahead and just grab the holy water again. Alright, so this is a new run. This is not a Sypha run. We're gonna take, we're gonna do Grant. So that means we're gonna actually play through the clock tower. Now I have to be careful about these routes because I'm gonna make sure I you know, I access all the routes over the course of this stream. Uber says, story time in talk. Yeah, my thing is I do have a lot of, like, pronunciation issues, I think. I feel, personally, anyway. Especially when I'm, like, talking on the fly, off the cuff. But, you know, it's something I'd have to try to practice and get better at, I would think. Office misses the happy bouncing skulls. I don't. Happy bouncing skulls can just, you know, go back to where they came from. I'll take the top route this time. Speaking in a non-anxiety inducing tone is such a gift. Yeah, I don't know, man. I will say, as far as me talking, like, on stream and on my YouTube channel, it's something that's, you know, I wasn't good at it, or I don't even want to say I'm good at it. I just want to say, like, it's not something that I became comfortable with overnight. It took me a long time, actually. I mean, I've got a couple of really early videos on my channel that kind of show how much, like, I stuttered and just went, and just really mumbled and didn't, like, you know, speak, like, super clearly. Or as clearly as I do now, at least. Hey, Ian, this isn't for you. It's for Queen Patchy. Well, fair enough. Patchy's gotta eat, too. And she's gotta poo. That poo's gotta go somewhere. It's called cat litter, and that costs money. So, thanks, Ian. Which old Splatterhouse stream were you watching? Were you talking the 2010 game? I did a couple of those. Or were you talking one of the older Splatterhouses? Yeah, so this is the clock tower. It's a great level, but it is kind of like completely unnecessary unless you want to get Grant, who is going to be our next character. Climbing the climb face. He gets to climb over everything. It's a really fun mechanic. Makes him very different from almost any other character in an 8-bit video game. Your cat's on a food strike. That sucks. My cat will never strike food. She will eat it. Ah, this 2010 Splatterhouse remake. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about that game just the other night because I was playing DMC Devil May Cry, which was just 3 years after 2010 Splatterhouse. But they're both in like the same subgenre of action game, which is like all the hip kids these days call them character action games. But yeah, it's technically that kind of action game. Whatever that means. But I really like Splatterhouse 2010. Wouldn't mind playing it again, honestly. I probably won't stream it again on YouTube though, because it gets I get copyright claims on it. It's a bunch of licensed music at various parts of the game. And I'm not gonna map out like every section that has licensed music. Yeah, Oliver, my cat gets like that. She's like, you know, she gets very needy. Feed me, feed me. And I'm like, nope, you're on a schedule, cat. You're not getting fed whenever you want. Because if she gets fed whenever she wants, she gets fat. That's what a lot of people do with their cats. They just feed them at any time, or they'll leave out like big amounts of crunchy food all day long. It's like the cats just munch on it all day long, and then they get fat. And then they potentially get sick. So yeah, no, I'm pretty strict about Patchouli's, you know, eating schedule, feeding schedule. Azusa says he's gonna lurk now. Well, right on, Azusa. Right on. Do I plan on doing Metroid Dread? I do not. Not anytime soon, anyway. I mean, I've got a lot of other Metroid games to try to cover before I even attempt Metroid Dread. I probably won't be buying Metroid Dread anytime soon either. It's, you know, if I'm gonna spend $50, I'd rather spend it on something else right now. Alright. Alright, so this is our boss. It's gonna be like a mutated version of Grant. He's going to turn back to his regular form once we're done here. And just like regular Grant, he can walk on ceilings and walls. Of course, he doesn't like the holy water, so we just wrecked him pretty fast. I was a little disappointed they didn't introduce Grant in the Netflix series. I was hoping they would. Unless he was like a background character and I missed him. But I don't think he was in it. You weren't feeling the SNES one. Oh man, Dasan, that's like one of the all-time greats. Oh, that'll happen eventually, Ian. I like the Game Boy Advance games a lot. Of Granted, I haven't played through them in a long time, so... Have I ever played Mystic Bell? I have not, no. What is my game of choice when I'm not streaming? Really nothing. I don't really... Honestly, if I'm not streaming, I like to play pinball. Like, real pinball. I don't play many video games off-stream anymore. And usually if I'm playing a game off-stream, it's just because I've streamed too much and I just, you know, need a break from streaming. But it's not anything in particular. Now, there are ways to get down here, like, much faster. Hell, like, right here, I can actually jump over here, I believe. A lot of fast ways down, which is cool. But the Medusa heads here can be a little bit of a pain. But I switch over to Grant because I don't have a sub-weapon with him right now. There we go, there's the dagger. Now, in the Japanese version of the game, a lot of people will note that, you know, he's... Like, the dagger is his primary weapon. He doesn't have a handheld, you know, close-range knife like this. But in this version, you can still actually use the dagger on, like, you know, the walls and ceiling and whatnot. So, it's kind of the best of both worlds in this game, if you ask me. I really like his short-range attack because it's the fastest... I think it's the fastest attack in the game. Either that or it's the same speed as Sypha's attack, which is... It might be about the same speed, actually, as Sypha's attack, but they're both very fast compared to Trevor or Alucard. So... Andrew says, makes me glad I didn't get into the streaming. The burnout is too real. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It's just the thing about streaming is like when you first start doing it, it's like... My situation's also a little bit different from a lot of other people because, like, I was a YouTube channel first before I ever started streaming. Once I started streaming, the streaming just made sense eventually to incorporate into my YouTube channel. But that said, when I started streaming, I just started like 1 day a week. Like I had a pretty strict schedule. I was just like, I'm just gonna do it 1 day a week. But then that turned into like 2 days a week. And then that turned into like all weekend, along with my regularly scheduled day. And then before I knew it, I was just coming home from work every day and just firing up the computer and just started the stream. Just because like I had nothing else to do. I probably should have been like trying to better my career or something like that and actually learn stuff for my job. But instead, I would come home and I would just stream like every day. It was more of like... In some cases, it was like an addiction, you know? Like, it was one of those things that was just kind of sort of keeping me happy. Yeah, I mean, that also leads to burnout. Because you're always doing it, and then the specialness, the uniqueness of the whole thing, streaming, kind of goes away in the process. You know, the enjoyment might not be there quite as much, that sort of thing. I think streaming could be cool for people, but it is kind of a weird thing. You know, I've been doing it for a long time now, and you know, when people tell me I want to stream, I kind of think to myself like, do you really? I've been doing it for such a long time, and it's, you know, it's hard for a lot of people to get a following too. It's like, and when you're streaming to like having 0 people watching, it's kind of disheartening. You know, streaming relies on an audience. You know, that's the backbone of streaming. You have to have an audience. People say, well, it's not about the viewers, where it's like, if you don't have viewers, then, like, what's the point of the stream? There is no point, because there's nobody there to talk to. It's about the back and forth interaction and things like that. Or sharing something that, you know, you think other people might not be able to share, or maybe they can't share it as well. But for those people, I say, you know, you should just make a dedicated YouTube video or something. Don't rely on a live stream to do it, you know. Just do a dedicated video. I do think some people would have more fun doing videos, and I do think some video creators might have more fun just streaming. It just also kind of depends on your personality too. This is what I was talking about earlier with Grant. You can, yeah, just climb all the way around like that. You can even go underneath, but you're not going to hit your checkpoint. You're going to have to climb all the way back, and the climbing mechanics are a little cumbersome. Did I ever play any of the Shantae games? I did not. And did I ever play any of the Dead Space games? No, I did not. Let's see. Pensive says, I really hope they're going to bring Grant in a future season or something. The Castlevania Netflix series. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen because I think the series that's like based on this is like done. And rumor has it they're gonna, you know, they're gonna end up like starting from farther down the line with the next set of, you know, seasons. They did say that I think they're gonna continue it, but yeah, this line with like Trevor, Sypha, which is when Grant existed, it was just it's done apparently. So Oliver says he's not been feeling games lately. He started Psychonauts 2, but hasn't had much itch to play. He's playing Popful Mail with a friend every other week, but he gets his gaming fix with Let's Plays. Yeah, I hear that. As long as other aspects of your life are going well, then there's no problem with not playing games as much, or even not at all. You know, it's just our hobbies and interests change, and you know, not feeling the games doesn't have to be a bad thing. You know, it's just different. And for a lot of us, we're just not used to that feeling because like we've always felt games. Like for me in particular, like gaming has always been my #1 hobby. Even when like I thought it wasn't, like I was always there, you know, in the background, and I was still constantly playing even when I was focusing on other hobbies. Even though I'm always playing still though, I do get the I'm not feeling it thing. I get that a lot actually. I just climbed on here. Actually don't even need that. Like I also feel like with some gaming experiences, like I think I just kind of missed out. And trying to revisit them now, I don't get the same feeling I probably would have gotten, you know, as a teenager or something. Like I mentioned, I played through both Silent Hill 1 and 3 this past week, and I did not enjoy them at all. But I feel like if I had experienced them when I was like 15 or 20 even, you know, I probably would have enjoyed them much more. But as a nearly 40-something-year-old that, you know, his tastes have started to really veer more towards like simplistic action games, they didn't resonate with me at all, and I definitely was not feeling it. So, I don't know. Like, Oliver had mentioned Psychonauts 2, and it's like, Psychonauts 1 was actually one of those games that I didn't really feel back in the day, and so it has me not particularly interested in Part 2, but maybe I should try Part 2. It's one of those where a friend has told me he absolutely loved that game. But he also got to play it on a Series X. Well, I mean, Greg, a lot of people say PS1 Silent Hill 1 is clunky. But, I mean, I don't really feel it's any more clunky than, like, most other PS1 games. And I played through Silent Hill 3, and that game came out 5 years or so after. And it was just as clunky as the first game was. I mean, not quite just as clunky. I mean, it definitely felt smoother to move around the environments, you know, higher frame rate and things like that. But the gameplay was just as tedious as the first game and just as dull as the first game. So I almost feel like when people mention, like, the first game is clunky, they're actually referring to just, like, really boring level design and game progression and things like that, which Part 3 also has in spades. Like, I really feel you've got to be in a specific kind of mindset to just enjoy that kind of game in general. to get through the tedium and things like that, to, I don't know, to have it resonate with you, to be feeling it as you're playing, which I definitely was not feeling it, but I forced myself through both those games. I was like 15 hours of my life I will never get back. I had even thought about streaming them on YouTube, but I don't think I can. I don't think I put myself through it. And there aren't many games like that I beat on my own time on Twitch or something like that I end up not streaming on YouTube. But I don't think I'm going to stream them on YouTube. I don't think I can do it, guys. Oliver says he loved Psychonauts 1, but so much time has passed. Yeah, right? That's the other thing. I mean, hell, I remember Castlevania Lament of Innocence, 2003-2004 game, and I loved it back in the day. But I played through it a few years ago, a couple times on Twitch, and then another time on YouTube right afterwards, and I just, yeah, I wasn't really feeling it. It didn't resonate with me the way it did before. And it wasn't really because, like, I'm not feeling video games anymore. It's just like some games just, you know, you don't get on with them as well as an adult as you did when you were younger. This is one of the things I love about playing as Grant. He's got such, you know, long jump distance and, climbing on walls, and I wanted to drop and actually hit that. I'm gonna actually just skip it. There was actually a health pickup up there, but I'm just gonna not worry about it. Alright, see ya, Ian. Alright, now we get to fight Alucard. Just gonna hit him from a distance with axes. We've got the tripler and the axe. Probably get right in front of his face too and just smack him that way. Let's see. 1, 2, yep. Nice. Desan says, yeah, problem is 20 years can go pretty quick when you're a gamer. Yeah, this is true. And Oliver says, to him, it's strange to not be playing something. Yeah, you just gotta get used to that feeling, right? So what will you do? Take him with you, leave him behind. We will leave him behind. So I want to do Grant all the way in this playthrough. Game Eagle says, where do you think the Castlevania show will go next? Do you want Simon or Richter to take the whip? I have no idea, Game Eagle. Simon would be the logical succession because, you know, he came after Trevor. So, I mean, I would say that would be the logical direction to go in. He's also one of the more well-known characters in the series as a whole, so... Yeah, as far as where it's actually going to go, I have no idea. I can make all sorts of predictions, but I know I'll probably be wrong. Okay, I actually did not want that dagger, but that's fine. It's whatever. Whoops. Switching sub-weapons constantly, apparently. Just gonna jump over these guys. And one of the nice things about Grant as well is that, you know, he's got a controllable mid-air jump, which will allow you to dodge things more like it's a shoot-'em-up or something. Or like this extra life right here, I can, boom, grab it, just like that. This is a really short level. It's basically just like a lead up to our next split. Alright, so two different ways we can go. I think I'm going to do the bottom route, and then we'll do the top route when we come back with Alucard. I think that's what I'm going to do. Alucard might actually be the better choice for the bottom level, because there's a couple parts later on and that you can just kind of skip completely. Although I guess technically the same could be said for Grant as well. I really should be switching over to Trevor. Like this part. Just skip it completely. Thanks, Grant. You're the greatest. And if I really wanted to, I could probably skip this Bone Dragon. But it's gonna be difficult to do that, so I should probably just try to attack him normally. Whew. It's always scary fighting those guys. What's your favorite Castlevania? Yeah, I get that question a lot. I still need to update my YouTube banner page with "It's Castlevania IV!" Just so people will stop asking me the question. Yeah, one of the reasons I don't do stuff like that, though, is because people are still gonna ask the question. I used to, like, put all sorts of overlays on my Twitch streams and stuff like that, even my YouTube streams, my early ones, talking about, like, what game I'm playing and stuff like that. And I just gave up eventually because people would still ask. Either like, what game was it? What system was it on? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, it's on the screen. Are you even watching the stream? So I've just given up on stuff like that. You put in the effort, people still ask anyway. It's like, ugh. I will say this level kind of has one of the more interesting, like, boss sequences. You fight the boss one time, you get his health down about, you know, halfway or 50% or whatever, and then the water starts rising, and you have to actually work your way up to the final boss arena in time before you drown. And it's interesting. Now, I grabbed the stopwatch. I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. And speaking of which, this is the boss, and I don't think the stopwatch is actually going to work on him. Well, never mind. I saw that this guy's mouth was opening. I knew he was going to shoot, so it was just, instead of constantly attacking, it was just jump over the projectile. And this is the boss I was talking about. Wow, completely missing. Yeah, lots of slowdown though. Oh, I was gonna say, there he goes. We should do that all over again. That's fine. I mean, there were some invincibility frames in Dracula X Desan. There's just not a lot. You know, so... they are there. Trust me, otherwise you would die a lot faster than you do. But I know what you guys mean. There aren't many. Not enough to be super useful. One of the good things about Dracula X, though, is it does have a lot of health refills. So even though it's easy to take multiple hits back to back, it is pretty generous with health drops. And there are ways to exploit the health drop system in that game, because they respawn every time every time you know, change rooms, they come back in. Oops! For some reason I thought that was the boss arena. Alright, just kill me again. I'm looking at chat as I'm playing, which is not good. Don't chat and drive, folks. That's what I try to tell people. Alright, let me get Trevor upgraded. It's not just wall meat and candles to sign. I believe it's also, wall meat and blocks, I think, also come back in Dracula X. I'm trying to think. I thought there was a part, yeah, before the Bat Boss, which is level 2. The wall meat that's in the block right before the boss, you can actually go back, go down the stairs, come back up, and then bash the block again, and it's back. So yeah, I mean, it's not just the candles. Likewise with, I think there's wall meats in maybe one of the final stages, and I think it requires you to loop all the way around the stage again, but you can get it a second time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved Dracula X and Super Nintendo back in the day too. I'm right there with you. Because I was a huge Castlevania fan. I mean, still am. It's not like that ever went away. But if I had played it when it was like new, I probably would have liked it a lot more than I did. Because by the time I got to play it for the first time, I'd already played Rondo of Blood. And it was basically just a pale imitation. Still a good game, but the other thing about Dracula X, we talked about this just a couple nights ago because I played it on the, you know, Advanced Collection, but, you know, Super Castlevania IV to me is a much more interesting game than Dracula X. You know, it plays faster, it's more flexibility in how you move and attack and stuff like that. So even though I probably would have liked it more if I played it when it was brand new, it still would have been... It still would have been living in Castlevania IV shadow in my eyes. Because I've always loved Castlevania IV, right from day one. It's just... Alright, so now I'm going to try to work my way up here as fast as possible. Now with Grant, we might actually be able to take a little bit of a shortcut here. Yeah, we can. Which will make this level a lot easier. I feel like this level was designed around these characters' abilities, both Grant and Alucard. If you try to do this Trevor only, it's really hard to actually do it and beat the boss in time before you drown. You can see the water is constantly rising. Wow, you are freaking fast. Jeez. It's a good thing I got good shmup skills. I could actually aim with intent and actually hit my target consistently. Oh god, more favorite questions. Well, Andrew, I will answer your favorite question. What is my favorite genre to play? Man, that's a good question. I don't know, actually. That's a really hard one, because I play... While I play mostly stuff that's action-focused, I do play several genres. Like, I've actually been playing a lot of driving games lately. I love classic 8-bit platformers in action games like this. I love shoot-'em-ups. Side-scrolling, vertically scrolling, doesn't matter. I love first-person shooters. More so just heavily action-focused ones. Stuff that's fast, not very stealthy, you know, not very realistic. I like stuff like Doom and Quake a lot, as you guys know. So... Alright, so one of these upcoming sections is one that people quote about all the time when we talk about Castlevania 3. They're like, I hate the falling block the falling block section. And that's coming up here in just a few moments. And I'll show you, it's not that hard. It's just you have to be patient. It also helps to have Grant or Alucard, but, you know, even just doing a Trevor only. I'll probably switch over and do a Trevor only just to show you guys. Ooh, that was my fault. The block was still active and I ran right into it. But that's fine. I'm gonna have to switch over to Trevor eventually too, so I can get his whip upgraded and maybe get a doubler and a good sub-weapon, because on this route, this is the first time you see the triple boss rush. You know, it's basically at the end of this whole set of stages. I believe we fight our first bat boss here, though. Actually, not our first one. We technically fought one earlier. I think we fight another one here. And then after the bat boss, we, Alright, let's let this blob come down here. After we fight the bat boss again, we go to the falling block section. Alright, let's go to Trevor real quick. Oh yeah, that's a good observation, Office. I forgot about Loop 2 on this alternate route. When I do Loop 2, I typically roll with Sypha. This second route, or this alternate route on Loop 2, is actually really challenging. Nice. Alright, falling block section. So these blocks basically go in the same order every time. So you have to watch, you know, the order that they drop in. And then hope you get a decent pattern and just kind of play to that pattern. As you push the screen up, the pattern will change slightly depending on how many blocks are already on the screen. So you do have to be able to adjust your position. And it's just literally this all the way up. It's tedious, but it's completely doable to just do it repeatedly. You just have to pay attention to what you're doing. I have a feeling people that hate this section also hate fighting the Yellow Devil in the Mega Man games. Basically trying to make it so there's not really a gap on the right-hand side. That way, if I do, you know, mess up my timing on one of these, I don't get hit by a block and get bumped into a pit. Yeah, you can see the pattern has actually changed because of how many blocks are on screen. And it's going to end up changing again when that left column gets pushed off the screen. Yeah, if you try to do it normally, it's a very time-consuming section. Gives a lot of people trouble. Simply for the fact that it is time-consuming. You know, it's an endurance thing, and not a lot of things in this game so far to this point have required you to endure a lot. And again, you just take your time. You got plenty of time in this section. Now, a strategy with Grant right now would be to jump up and go up those stairs right now. I'm going to wait until I can actually make it with Trevor. And with Alucard, if you have enough hearts, you can just fly straight up, which is a really good strategy. And there we go. We did it the 100% legit way. A lot of people will just use Alucard or something like that. Well, really, that's the only real true fast strat is with Alucard. And even then, you still have to have a lot of hearts. So if you die, you're not going to really be able to do it with Alucard easily because you start with very few hearts. Wasn't there an ice section like that in Mega Man X6? Yeah, actually, a little bit. It was a series of smaller falling block sections, so it was a lot easier to deal with. You know, you go through each section quickly. Seeing this gives me Tetris flashbacks. Yeah, so that's a section you can just skip completely with Grant. And I think I'm actually in a, you know, decent shape with Trevor. I'm gonna just roll through here with Grant. Those spikes up top will actually hurt you, so I'd rather just not jump at all on this section. Of course, right as I say that, I'm dead. Oh, I got lucky. That should have killed me, but I had invincibility frames. Wow. Alright, I want to switch back over, because Grant is completely useless against these sword guys. I think I'm just going to roll with Trevor for the rest of this part. And you got to watch out for these spiders. They constantly come out here. I've gotten hit by them as I've gone up these stairs before. It's kind of frustrating. Another auto-scroller section. This one's pretty tough on the second loop. Alright, we're gonna take the left route, actually. Because of that. Gotta deal with an axe armor knight, but that's okay. Should probably attack him normally, because I don't have many hearts to work with right now. I really just need hearts for the first form, which... Alright. Ah, that's not good. Jump! Oh! That was scary, actually. That was very scary. Alright, there we go. Last one. Yeah, anyone that's having stream problems, I would just refresh. Data transmission looks good on my end. So probably just a hiccup on YouTube's end. Yep, stream's working on my end. I just loaded up a preview, so whatever it was, it should have just been a hiccup. Switch back over to Grant. Try to skip some of these parts, you know, make them a little bit faster. I will actually take the axe. Yeah, it's really fun how you can just kind of skip through some of these levels quickly with Grant and Alucard. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I actually wonder... I don't think this is going to work. Oh my god, it actually works. That's awesome. I've never tried this before. Oh, that's not good. Wow. It actually works completely. I love it. I've never bothered to try that before. Yeah, this is not so good, though. Grant, you just are not good enough for this fight. Oh, that's not good. Crap, I'm dead. I got hung up there. That was completely my fault. Yeah, completely my fault. Grant doesn't care about physics. I'm gonna go ahead and take the top route so I can get some of these hearts. From axe back to dagger. Back to axe. Back to stopwatch. Great. And dagger again. Okay. Dagger it is. Oh, I didn't see that one. You know what? Let's see. I didn't even think about this. Yeah, I can just do that. And then come back down here. Yeah, so now I have the doubler with the axe, which will help just a little bit. Alright, good deal. This should be a little bit easier. Oh, my A button didn't register. Oops, did not mean to do that. Alright, well, much better. We at least beat the boss. Yeah, the other fun thing I like about playing as these different characters is they offer up a different kind of challenge on the boss fights. So if you're used to just like rushing through the game with just Trevor or Sypha, you know, trying to fight them with Grant or even Alucard is a very different experience. So if we took the other route, we would actually end up here, I believe. It's kind of interesting. I like how the areas are interconnected like that. Alright, I should probably switch over to Trevor to get his whip upgraded. You can't talk tonight. It's okay, I can't talk tonight. So it's all good. Alright, there we go, nice. So just like the first Castlevania, I like to just stand and whip these guys. No reason to duck and attack unless you're playing as Grant. The hitbox on Grant's knife is super tiny. And so, yeah, you actually have to duck and attack with Grant. But not Trevor. You need a projectile. Well, I'm gonna have an axe down here. I should have actually switched over to Grant on that previous screen. I could have climbed up and grabbed at least one of those hearts without using a sub-weapon. Alright, good start. Yeah, for some of these I'll just run right past them if I'm playing as Trevor. Always use the axe on this guy. Prioritize the flying guys, though. If you do not, then you will probably get hit. Alright, still have a bunch of people watching. I do appreciate it, guys. Always nice when we got a pretty good turnout. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to fit in before the weekend. I might try to do Castlevania Judgment, because I haven't actually covered that on my channel yet. Just gotta bust out the Wii U so I can fire it up and try it. But then I gotta figure out what I want to do on Halloween. What do I do on Halloween? Probably not Silent Hill. People are like, shut up about that game already, come on. It's my favorite ever. Wii U hype, hell yeah. I love the Wii U. Definitely not Nightmare Busters, no. Sorry, Andy. Sorry to disappoint. And for this, I think I'm just going to... I was gonna say just skip completely, but... whoop. Easier said than done. Alright, so for this, I guess I'll show you the cheap route, or cheap strategy with Grant. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of tempted to just do a regular fight to start. Remember Office had given me a strategy a couple weeks ago, and I had completely forgotten it already. I think that's the strategy. Wow, okay. Yeah, I know I'm probably not going to do anything on stream that I'm not already, like, comfortable with or, like, practiced at, unless I do some kind of random, like, spooky games on Sega Genesis variety stream or something like that. I don't know. See, that's actually a first for me, doing the doppelganger with Grant without actually using the select exploit. I bet Office is proud. Oh! What? What? No, that's just... now that's BS. Just touching the top of the screen kills you. I didn't even get crushed. I just touched the top of the screen. That was it. You have to get crushed, like, by other objects. That was garbage. Jeff goes, what's your favorite Castlevania? Why is it Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball? Because Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball has bats instead of whips. Thanks a lot for that, Jeff. Much appreciated. Always appreciate the laugh. I, in advance, legitimately feel bad for the next guy that actually really cares what my favorite Castlevania game is and decides to ask it. Alright, this is gonna be kind of a pain because, just because. Ah. So a couple different strategies here. I can try to kill that. Or I can come under like that. Still intense. Puts me on edge. Alright, I just want to get some health back. Oh, this is not good. Not good. Not good. Okay, okay. Alright, it's fine. Everything's fine, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everything's not fine. No, you're not supposed to spawn in the second time. Stop it. This is a little clunky with Grant. I guess that's why the dagger is here. And another skeleton spawned in. There's only supposed to be one. Man. Alright, just gotta make it to Dracula. I guess I'm trying an all-grant fight, which I don't remember the last time I've done that. When I get to Dracula, I usually will do Trevor at the very least. Sypha if I have her, but not Grant. That's kind of a problem too. That's actually a really big problem. Why did I do that? Wish there was something up here. That'd be nice. Yeah, someone had asked in my Castlevania 1 stream, they were like, no hidden... Why aren't you getting, like, the hidden stairwell? It's like, well, they don't exist in these early games. That was a Rondo of Blood thing. And then that made it into Symphony of the Night. On the Symphony of the Night, it actually wasn't an invisible staircase. They actually turned it into a switch that you hit. Hey, Sea Snake, what's going on? You can hop over the flame vents? Really? They look too tall to be able to do that. I'll have to try that sometime. I don't know if I'm willing to try it right now, though. Because, for those of you guys that haven't played this, you haven't seen me die at this boss yet. But the checkpoint is pretty nasty. It sends me all the way back to where the spiders were coming down. So I'm being extra precautious with hearts right now because I lost my axe, which is actually going to be a big problem. It really is. Yeah, this isn't going to be good, actually. I might have to use Trevor just because of the second form. First form, I can probably use Grant, jump off the platforms, hit him with my my dagger. But these first couple forms, I feel like I'm going to have to do with... at least the second form I'm going to have to do with Trevor. We'll do Grant on the first form. Oh, jeez. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where if you're not constantly moving, the flames just surround you on both sides, which is not good. Is there any relation between this enemy, or this character, and the Flea Man enemies? I don't think so. Maybe that second form actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Because Grants can actually jump high and do multiple hits. Yeah, see, all the way back here. But that's why I wanted the axe. Alright, I'm gonna do this again. Alright, so heart, heart, big heart. That's the dagger. Okay, I don't want the dagger. 1, 2, 3. It might even be faster to just go up and down like this. Just do this one. I mean, thankfully you can do this. I mean, a lot of people come to this fight and I think they go straight into the arena, not realizing you can do this, and, you know, as long as you've got time, you're good. So just take your time. Get prepped. Make your life easier. And yeah, in the Japanese version of the game, when you die here, I believe you actually checkpoint at the start of the fight, just like you do in the first Castlevania. At least on a death, not on... I think on a game over, you still go all the way back. It's been a while since I've died on the final boss of the Japanese version. Yeah, a lot of people prefer the Japanese one because it is nicer to the player. I like the North American one more because it is more challenging. It requires you to play better. But the Japanese version is definitely, I'd say, the best way to play the game if you're a new player. Okay, there we go. I really wanted the axe to hit the higher parts. I'm gonna get hit. It's okay. You can take multiple hits. Alright, now this is basically the same strategy I use with Trevor, except it's even easier now because I can jump way higher. I can jump over his beams. There we go, another route down. This time mostly with Grant. Well, it wouldn't be a challenge if it wasn't punishing. Scarlet, you see how this works? If there's no risk involved, then is it really a challenge? I don't know, maybe it is still a challenge, just not as heavy of one. Hey, Velcro! And thanks for the GGs, everybody. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're just learning Ninja Gaiden, Game Eagle, absolutely. That's a lot more game that you have to redo. Although in this, if you game over at the final boss, you still have to go back to the very beginning of the whole stage. So it does have the Ninja Gaiden 6-1 symptom occasionally, but at least that's not until you get a game over. Hey, thank you, Uber. Oh, man. Alright, so we're going to do one more run. This time we will take the Alucard route. I'm not doing 2 loops with every character in the game. I don't have all night. I'd actually like to go back to play some more DMC. Breath of the Wild 3 hard challenges. Yeah, I mean that's challenging. That's cool. Thankfully, it's optional in that game. No one's forcing you to do a 3 hard challenge. But the great thing about games that do have you, becoming upgraded or having multiple characters with different play styles is that it gives you a baked-in way of, imposing self-imposed challenges, on yourself. I can't talk. Like in Castlevania, for instance, a lot of people are like, well, what's the point of upgrading your whip? Well, that little series of upgrades you can do gives you the opportunity for self-imposed challenges. Like, do I want to do a chain whip only run, or do I want to do a leather whip only run, which I have tried on this game? It gives you the opportunity to be able to do things like that, which is cool. Retro Simon, what's going on? What collection did you get? Did you get the Advanced Collection? Leather whip only means no candles, basically. Yeah, you'd rather avoid the candles. But if you get a sub-weapon, it doesn't matter, just as long as you don't use the sub-weapon. And yeah, I mean, if you're gonna get decent at these Castlevania games, you're gonna have some of the candles memorized. Like, you're gonna know which ones have big hearts, you're gonna know which ones have sub-weapons. Because as you go through the game again and again, you're going to, remember which candles have the weapons that you want. Like, I always know at the top here, I have my holy water, right? So I always grab the holy water. And I always know there's a big heart right there. Oh, the normal Castlevania collection. Oh, nice. I mean, that's... I'd argue that's an even better value. I mean, the Advanced Collection's awesome, but you only get 4 games. You get a lot more with the original Castlevania collection, Anniversary Collection. Hey, Jonathan. Doing a dagger-only run? You mean like picking up the dagger and then only using the dagger? Yeah, see, that would be really hard, actually. Not just because, like, you'd only be using the dagger, but, sometimes your sub-weapons don't register, I guess sometimes maybe depending on, like, your timing or how many things are happening on screen. And so I feel on a run like that, there's too much potential to accidentally whip and not use the dagger. But now I want to try that. Yeah, exactly. Hearts has a limitation. Speaking of dagger. Ah, he came back too fast. Yeah, you do get a lot more. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right, John Evan. The games are shorter in the original collection, but I don't know. I feel like that original era of Castlevania in particular is just, I don't know, so much more meaningful to me. Like I love the advanced games, but I don't go back to them like several times a year like I go back to the classics. So I feel like, for me personally at least, I would get more value out of, you know, the classic collection. Replay value, yeah. Well, I mean, the adventure, or the non-linear Castlevania games, they also have a lot of replay value. It's just a different kind of replay value. You know, in those games, unless you're playing their uber difficult, like hard or expert modes or whatever they have, I don't know, it varies from game to game. It's like, you know, it's not as much about like overcoming a challenge as it is, you know, going on an adventure. You know, finding items and stuff like that, and, you know, boosting your character as you go. Actually, I will go ahead and use the boomerang. That's cool. Some people want to play that sort of thing all the time, but not me. That's one of those things where it's like I go and I play that kind of game like once or twice a year. Usually Symphony of the Night is my fix for that because of YouTube. It's like by the time I get the urge to play a Metroidvania title, it's like it's October! Time for my annual YouTube run of Symphony of the Night. I might actually fire up Castlevania 1 after this run just to try dagger only. Because now you got me really, really curious. Wow, that was kind of garbage. Because I hit the bone pillar, it screwed up his projectile timing. Yeah, kind of like that. I wasn't even thinking about that. You know, I don't even know if I'd be able to do it now I think about it. I'm thinking about like the underground passage with the water. And trying to do that part with just the dagger only would be like, ugh. Alright, so I want to take the bottom route again. Because there is a couple more levels that we have to do that we haven't seen yet. But I would like to keep the boomerang for now, just to mix things up. And one of the things about, you know, guys like these is they can sometimes drop items or weapons. Yep, see? Like, I don't want that. It's a bonus points, though. Are you guys back on about what my favorite Castlevania is? You guys kill me, I swear. If I had Grant, I could actually jump on those platforms, or climb above the ceiling, I should say. Yeah, like I said, I just want to have the boomerang for the boss. And then, if I time it just right, I should be able to kill the boss pretty fast. You can also snipe some of these bats from a distance. There's gonna be some down below. Oh wait, no, this is the... Yeah, right here. Okay. Yeah! Very nice. Oh, come on, bat. These bats are getting batty on me. You know what I should do is, I should make a shirt, Jeff, that says on the front, "What's your favorite Castlevania?" Mine is ... and on the back it says Castlevania Legends. See how many people take it seriously. Thanks, Scarlet. Not as beatable as I would have liked. I still took a hit. Unfortunately, I was hoping to do it damageless. And actually, one thing I do here is I'll just... God damn it, I screwed it up. Big time. Big time screwed up. You see the mummies appear, so sometimes it's easier to just drop down, but the guy turned around too quickly. And that's fine. At least now that we're kind of like priming Trevor, we can actually get the health. Jonathan, yeah, I don't think Legends is very good at all. It's extremely monotonous. The levels are extremely long. The gameplay is boring and monotonous. There's some really bad enemy placement too, where you're pretty much forced to take damage, and yeah, it's just not a very good game. And generally, I'm of the mindset that even bad Castlevania games are still better than most games. I don't feel that way about Legends. It's just a mediocre game through and through. Boring and tedious is never something that should, you know, come from an action game of any kind, really. Especially not a Castlevania game. Yeah, Adventure is kind of a weird one. Like, I enjoy Adventure, but I see why people don't, because it has a lot of technical problems. The technical problems is what really brings down Adventure Part 1. And the over-reliance on... Oh, you know what? I didn't get the health drop. Unless I'm thinking of a different part. Oh, no, it's up here. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. The over-reliance on, like, super tight platforming and in Adventure as well is also kind of a buzzkill for some people. Like, it's ridiculously tight. Nice. Almost got hit. But Adventure at least has, like a really... It's got a really good soundtrack, honestly. It really does. And, it does give me some Castlevania 2 vibes a little bit with how its like sky is done and things like that, its environments. It also keeps its level design kind of interesting because it does different things with it, whereas Castlevania Legends is just like the same crap from stage 1 all the way to the end, and it's just boring. And Legends, the soundtrack's not even particularly great either. Like, the first tune is like, it's definitely Castlevania inspired, which is good. But then everything after that is just dull and tedious. That's how I describe the entire game. It's just dull and tedious. Alright, good deal. Simon in Castlevania 1 and Trevor in Castlevania 3, they feel pretty similar, yeah. They feel pretty similar, for sure. There are some slight movement differences, like when you jump and you land, like, it feels a little bit different. Enemies also have a little more, like... Oh, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, they do feel a tiny bit different, but they're pretty similar overall, for sure. Yeah, Jeff, I kind of look at it the same way too. I cut Adventure 1 slack because it was the first portable attempt. It was like one of the earliest games on the Game Boy too. It was a very early title, so you know, for what it is, I think it's fine. But I understand if people don't enjoy it because, like, you know, it is slow. And it is kind of hard, too, you know? It's not an easy walk in the park kind of game. Whoops. Oh, I messed up big time. Alright, I should switch over to Alucard. Since, yeah. So Alucard has projectiles. He's also huge. Up, down, and A allows you to turn into a bat. If you get hit by anything, he turns back into normal form. So you gotta be careful. But his bat transformation is powered by hearts. Suckers. Oh man, I love it. Now unfortunately I'm not going to be able to get the extra life here, I don't think. Nope. I was hoping that like the transformation would pause the extra life drop. Alright, top route. Gotta figure out how to connect a Wii to an HDTV in a way that avoids input lag, so I can actually play Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. Well, one way is playing via the Wii U. I had done a Wii to Wii U system transfer years back, so my Adventure Rebirth is on my Wii U. And then I bought it again on my original Wii before they delisted it. But that's a good way of playing Wii games without like significant input lag. Is just doing it through the Wii U. Other than that, you're looking at some kind of upscaler. I would recommend like one of the RetroTink devices. Unfortunately, there's not really any other way of doing that. And that's right, Alucard can't actually, yeah, he can't actually shoot when he's on stairs. Always forget about that. He is so weak. Which is why fighting this boss with Alucard is actually a really bad idea. Because this guy, I'm not fully upgraded either. Yeah, Alucard's bad for this part. We're gonna switch off. Oh, you had a Wii U, but you sold it off? Oh, man. That sucks. Now, if you ever want to reacquire a Wii U, they're not horribly expensive. I think they've actually come back down in price a little bit, thankfully. They went up during COVID. Like, COVID lockdown, I mean. Now I think they're back down. In North America, they're like 150. Give or take, depending on like what kind of box it has with it or something. Yeah, so this still isn't going to be great, unfortunately. Well, at least we have the doubler. That's good. Out of hearts completely. I'm just gonna keep doing this. I mean, he seems pretty chill right now. Don't know why. Unless that's just the tactic, like you get on this pillar and he just kind of stops in place. Maybe that's it. I mean, the doppelganger is like that. Yeah, Alucard is very tall in this one. Hey, Weasel, you bought the Castlevania Advance collection based off my stream. Hell yeah. Take that, Konami. It's like, you know, I'm selling these games. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to Alucard. Yeah, this is the last level we haven't done yet. Then it's kind of back to the ones that we've already played. But the cool thing about the level is that, you know, I can skip through a lot of it with Alucard. I'm almost tempted to do, like, a slight Loop 2 run. Maybe go back, like, the Sypha way and kind of show you how you can go through that with Alucard on the second loop. Ooh, good. Oh, nice, Uber. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Game Eagle. I really want them to do a DS collection. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, the more people buy the Advanced collection, the more likely that an a DS collection could actually happen. Absolutely. I'm touching the spikes with my head. It's another nice thing is if you get knocked back, you can actually recover. I'm gonna save my I was gonna say save my hearts. There we go. I knew there was meat there somewhere. Hey, Cosmic Kaiju, welcome back. So, there's Frankenstein's monster here. I'm gonna go ahead and just try to fight him with Alucard, just see what happens. The good thing about Alucard's projectiles is he does have the distance thing going on. It's the longest regular attack in the game. Jeff, not a full playthrough. I've only played it once on my channel, and that was via the Castlevania Anniversary Collection a couple years back. And that was really my first time, like, playing the game, too. It kind of wrecked me. It wasn't too bad. Oh, that sucks, Simon. Your gamepad on the Wii U died? Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. Thankfully, mine have been pretty solid. And yeah, the Wii U is pretty much unusable without the gamepad. I really wish Nintendo would do, like, an update that fixes that, because the system's... You know, for a lot of people, the system's going to eventually become unusable. Boop, boop, doo, doo. Some used Wii U's for under 100. You must not be in the United States, I assume. I know game values and console values are different overseas. Yeah, North America, it's like the consoles really shot up during the COVID lockdown, and they've kind of come back down just a little bit, but they're still elevated. They're still like 150 for a good working one. You can find busted or like super scratched up ones for less than that, but it seems uncommon. Oh, nice, Uber. So you're running the PS3 without having to worry about The HDCP. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm kind of going through a phase right now where I'm doing PS3 stuff on a CRT. Just because, like... I've heard that on the PS3, some games will run better if you run them at a lower resolution, so... That's part of it, but I also like how they look on a CRT. Ah, stupid slime. You're in the US, but was just glancing at first prices that popped up with a quick Google search. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I mean, if they're like good working units, then that's good. That prices are coming down then, which is good. Alright, this boss is probably going to be a bit of a pain with Alucard. I could switch over to Trevor, but, you know, I've been playing as Trevor so much on these runs that I should try to stick it out with these other characters if I can. You know what, John Evan? Your attitude sucks ass. I don't like your attitude one bit, young man. Ow. Oh, nice. You were doing yours on the CRT as well. Hell yeah. Alright, so... I don't know if I want to do it yet, but... Whee! Nice, we got it. I want to wait for this other block to fall down. Yep, one. Oh, that was scary. I don't know if there's anything up here. Let's see. Nope. The game tempted me. One up. It's kind of scary going through these sections with one block of health. I haven't seen the other side of that screen in ages because I've always come here with Alucard or Grant. And with both characters, you can just skip the section completely. It's interesting that Alucard's hitbox is about the same size as other characters. You can see the Medusas just going right through my head. I'm gonna have to play as Trevor here, actually. 'Cause there's no way I can hit these enemies when I'm on stairs. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this without taking damage. That was close. Well, I'll get some health back at least. Hey, Karnov, it's that 1 health challenge, right? Yeah. That's a good question, Jeff. I don't know. I don't know if Kid Dracula is actual Dracula or if it's Alucard. Do I try this with just Alucard? I might have to. I mean, the Cyclops wouldn't be very difficult. Uh-oh. Jeez, man. Ah, that was my fault. This is not good. Too bad I can't grind out on this shmoo again. Stupid shmoo. That took us forever. That took us like, I think, like an hour of grinding to get that damn weapon. Ah, have to just fly up. Ha 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 ha. Some strats, guys. Alright, we're good. That actually wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. All right. Might be able to just stand and attack? Oh, I can. Nice. That's gonna hit me. I knew that was gonna happen. What's gonna be hard is doing the third form. Man, I don't know. I think we'll be fine. Yep, we're good. Alright, we got it. Alucard only. Well, JD, something you got to consider is that a single projectile hit is very weak. So you need to be able to hit with 2 or preferably all 3. And so if you play the distance game, it's going to take a lot longer to kill him, and you're going to run out of time. Nice. Surprised those sword guys don't take more hits. When the time limit hits 0, you die. That's what usually happens with games with time limits. Uh-oh. This could be bad. Let's come over here. Oh! That actually hit me in the head. You know, you always think some of these enemies are so easy with the other characters, and then you have to do them with Alucard. It's like, whoa, okay, these slimes are actually dangerous now. It would also be amazing if doubler blocks actually gave you health back without Alucard. That would be very nice. Am I into JRPGs? Not really. Oh, that was bad. I mean, I can survive, but I'm not going to have the health I want for this fight. I'm just trying to dodge the sickles. Ah, I got greedy. At least with Alucard, you get more hearts because he doesn't have sub-weapons. Something I never really thought about. Oh, jeez. Okay, we might get this. Really no excuse not to, because I can fly over this guy now. Right as I say that. I have to remember that my flying ability is not nearly as flexible as I think it is. It's not going to make me invincible or anything like that. Alright, we got it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the flying character, the vampire character in Curse of the Moon. I forgot about him. Yeah, the same thing there. No sub-weapons, so he gets more hearts. I thought it was supposed to appear up here after one route. Apparently not. Huh. Alright, so for the doppelganger fight, I think I'm going to try to show you the really cheap character switch strategy. Yeah, Curse of the Moon's an awesome game. If anyone that's into Castlevania has not played that, you should definitely go check it out. I mean, I pretty much got that game on day one because I backed the Ritual of the Night Kickstarter, and one of the perks was getting Curse of the Moon for free. And so I had it there right from day one, and I fell in love with that game instantly. I was just like, man, this is like the classic Castlevania game that we've needed for a long time. Good graphics, good gameplay, good music. You know, level design's decent enough. Really good boss fights. Good flow, it's not too long. You know, gets its replay value from the general challenge and the learning the boss fights and trying the different routes through the game. This is not very good. Just let me get to the checkpoint. Thank you. I think we're good. Yeah, that section was a lot harder with Alucard. The second one was really, really good. Man, I need to go back and try to relearn that, because I had a hell of a time with it when it first came out. It's very different from the first one in terms of, you know, certain mechanics and kind of like how mean the level design was. Extra life. Alright, good deal. I was gonna say, I probably should have gotten Trevor upgraded a little bit. I think I can just do it on the next screen. Alright. Use the bat. Switch over to Trevor. Yeah, I mean, Jeff, overall, I found the second game, Curse of the Moon, to be, like, much more difficult than the first game. Just overall, as a whole. Alright, so being fully upgraded probably doesn't mean that much, given the strategy we're going to do. So what we do is we just select, and then change characters, let them switch, do it again, and hopefully we get the timing right, and we can just loop this over and over. Hey, Clifton! Yeah, it's been a long time, man. How have you been? Oh, that's garbage. He's farther down into the blocks. I have to move over to the left. Oh, he stops dead in his tracks. Okay, good. Oh, dude, why did that happen? Yeah, Jeff, I'll have to go back and do another playthrough of that and try to get better. Wow, Alucard, not gonna give me any weapon upgrades, huh? Kind of want to try to fight him with just Alucard. I don't know if we'll be able to. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, I know why it's not giving me upgrades, because you have to have a certain amount of hearts. Great, we're probably gonna end up doing this level over again. Dude, seriously, Merman, go away. Yeah, I think next time I'll just switch over to Trevor. Just kind of skip doing Alucard only. Yeah, we have to do the whole level over again. I should open up my window. It's getting really hot in here now. Alright, let's do this again. Except we're gonna go with Trevor this time. Hopefully some of these guys will give me a weapon upgrade. Oh man, you've played that game a crap ton, Jeff. There we go. Clifton says, been alright, sick as a dog right now, non-COVID related. Oh, that's good, at least it's non-COVID related. That's sorry to hear though. Being sick is not fun. Yeah, so we've been playing almost 4 hours of Castlevania III. I did 2 loops with Sypha, and then I did another loop with Grant. And now we're doing a final loop with Alucard. I think this is going to be the last run, though. I had joked about firing up Castlevania 1 and trying the dagger-only run like Jonathan had suggested, but I want to get some food in my stomach, so I think I'm going to put that off for another day. I'll probably just mess around with that on Twitch. Remember, if you don't have a doubler, you have to wait for your projectile to go off the screen. Hey, Crestline. What's for supper? I don't know. Might get lazy and do fast food. We'll see. It's late at night. I could also use some more caffeine, which I don't have here. So I think what I'm going to do is I will try the boss with just Trevor instead of showing you the, continuing to try to show you the change character exploit. It is possible to beat the doppelganger with just Trevor. That heart always goes off screen. You've got to hit it just right. Yeah, I mean, the color palette is definitely better in this, obviously, but it's also, using more advanced, like, memory mappers and things like that. So, it should look better. forgot which mapper it uses specifically, but I'm pretty sure it's a good step above the old crusty one they were using for Castlevania 1. There we go. Taking my time. Trying to, at least. Uh-oh. All right. Good stuff. Alright, so I'm going to come up here. I'll come back this way, jump up, and hope that he misses his jump, just like that. Let him come on over, and then just kind of rinse and repeat. You can also jump over him. Oops. Well, not the best way to do it. I think there's another one where, like, either you drop down below or, I don't know, it's just weird. Oh, Clifton, you're in San Diego now. Gonna stay in San Diego when you retire. My dad lived out there for several years, and he said it was a pretty nice place. He's right there near the water. Alright guys, last level. Again. Probably should switch over to Alucard. Oh, look at that! Alucard can use the stopwatch. Totally forgot about that. Look at this. 31 years after the game came out, I'm still learning things. I'm not going to use the stopwatch. Aww. Alright, back to Trevor. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. I think what I'm gonna do is just fly over. Because both Alucard's and Trevor's attacks are pretty slow. I didn't want to get knocked off. Infuriating? It's great! Alright, I think that's way more than enough. I mean, I'm gonna try this with Alucard. I don't know if I've ever actually done that. Oh, did not mean to do that. Or that. God damn it. Oh man, I was gonna say, should we cheap out and just do Trevor only? Actually, this isn't that bad. Ah! Yeah, the bat really helps, actually. If you don't position yourself correctly, just use the bat. Alright, we got it. Whew, that was tense. I think that's actually the first time I've beaten Drac with Alucard. It's been a while since I've seen the Alucard ending, too. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Oh, man. GGs are still rolling in. Thanks, guys. Yeah, much appreciated. We'll let the ending credits roll out again, and then I think I will get out of here. It's like the end of a Little League game. Time for food. Right? Well, thanks, Mario. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Trevor C. Belmont. Yay. All right, yeah, you guys are completely welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it. But that's gonna do it for us, Castlevania 3. So I'm gonna be back with hopefully at least one more stream before October ends. So watch out for that. And if I can fit in another one, maybe on Friday night or something, I will do my best to. And then after that, we'll probably go back to streaming once, I don't know, once every other week or something like that. We'll see. We will see. But I hope you guys have been enjoying the Castlevania this month. It's pretty much mostly what I've done on YouTube, so. But, yeah, thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I do appreciate that. Let's see if YouTube works. It's not working. Let's go give you guys some shout outs. Let's see. So, I'd like to say huge shout outs to JK, Azusa2525, Oliver McMuffins, Ian, and Jeff Metal 42 who did super chats tonight. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, much appreciated. It does help out. And yeah, thanks a lot for that. Archive will be up either later tonight or sometime tomorrow. So stay tuned for that if you want to go back and watch these runs again. And yeah, that's going to do it for me, guys. Thanks a ton for watching. I guess until the next one, take it easy.